Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is Saturday, October 25th, 2025. Tropical storm Melissa has explosively intensified this afternoon into the evening hours, now into a powerful Category 2 hurricane with 100-mile-an-hour winds, as this hurricane is only drifting westward at a very slow rate of speed at only around 2 to 3 miles per hour. And anybody living on Jamaica now, please prepare for historic impacts, perhaps catastrophic damage, property damage, infrastructure damage. This is looking to be a very life-threatening situation unfolding very quickly in earnest for Jamaica. Anyone also in the western half of Hispaniola, as well as the western half of Hispaniola, their eastern half of Cuba also needs to be paying very close attention to this system, as this is also going to be a big wind and rain producer for eastern Cuba. When we take a look here at a closer zoomed in view on the satellite or on the infrared satellite imagery, a couple of things have really evolved very quickly throughout the day while I have been working at the grocery store. First of all, the system was more discombobulated this morning, where we had more pulsating convection, really not much swirling bands. Not much of a spring-like future here, or a coiling, what we would say here in meteorology. Not much of that, but most recently, though, we have had these very intense vertical hot towers. Here's a really explosive one that went up just before about 3 o'clock my time this afternoon, and this has allowed the system to really vertically stacked in a hurry. And now we have a pink ring of intense convection surrounding the entire eye right now. And even so, it's not really popping through on visible. This is an extraordinary hurricane by all means right now, with a warming eye happening pretty quickly here, with, again, surrounded by this pink ring of very cold cloud tops, indicating the updrafts around the system are very vigorous and perhaps even violent. The planes have reported extreme turbulence as they made their crossing through the center from southeast to northwest, and are about to make their second pass again into the system. And that will provide us a great estimate of what the pressure is doing between the two passes. Speaking of that, when we take a look here at Doppler radar, this is out of Jamaica, out of Kingston, and what we have right now is the latest radar reflectivity. So you can let me zoom this down a little bit, or scroll so you can see. The eyewall, while it is a little bit open, though, this is not because of vertical wind shear, because it does take time for the convection to wrap several times around to have a more solidified, stable inner core structure and a much more straight vertical vortex that the system exhibits. Regardless, though, the system is explosively intensifying right now, so anybody, of course, in Jamaica needs to be taking this one very seriously, because, of course, we do have a very intense inner core here with a ring of very intense, vigorous convection, as the echoes here are showing orange and yellow colors right now at the moment. Here's a couple of recon passes that the system, or that they have been doing, and they just started their mission. So we will get some helpful data throughout the stream tonight once we go into our discussion part of this. And so far, right now, in their first pass from this morning, by the way, which didn't have really much in the way of hurricane force winds. So they made their first pass. They came in, actually, this plane took off out of Jamaica. I don't know why they restationed over there, but okay. But they flew in from the northwest here, and then they flew out. Actually, that's the P3 Orion, excuse me there. And then the Air Force mission, the C-130, took off out of Aruba at the present time. And so they made their pass here through the northwestern side, and as they did, they got this very significant wind speed maximum that is surrounding the system. And not only did they get a very intense speed maximum, but they also had a very strong speed maximum also on the southeastern quadrant. A telltale sign that, for one thing, the inner core structure is very symmetrical, very strong, and very well built up at this point. And secondly, the wind field is also very symmetrical here, which means there's no questioning right now if the system is explosively intensifying, because it clearly is. And this type of structure will continue allowing that to happen for the next couple of days, perhaps, as the system really drifts very slowly off towards the west and might even make a slight jog to the southwest. Don't be surprised if that happens. We may be seeing that right now just a little bit, because what these systems can actually do is ridge pump. So as the outflow is actually very strong here, it's kind of like a jet, like if you on a jet ski, right? When you pump water out of the jet ski when you want to go, right? The water is actually going out of the jet ski as in a jet, an outflow jet that the system actually has. And so that's allowing the system to actually probably pull a little bit further or drift just south of due west just a little bit before a overall move here returns to the west once the system becomes fully stable and at its strongest point, because the ridge pumping only happens in the early parts of the storm. So that's why don't be surprised if we see a little bit of this before this turn actually happens towards Jamaica. It's not really going to mean a whole lot that the system may be spinning an extra 5 or 6 hours over the warm Caribbean, because this system is going to be violent once it gets on approach there to Jamaica. So now, so that's one aircraft. That's the NOAA P3 Orion. I believe it's Kermit or Miss Piggy that is out there. Here's the Air Force C-130 WCJ plane that is out into this right now, and they did not find winds quite as strong because they're more than likely flying at a slightly higher level than what the P3 Orion is actually flying at. So don't think that, oh, they found weaker winds here with the NOAA. That means it weakened a little bit, David. No, they're flying at a little higher level here. But my point here is there is a solid ring here. Anything in pink here is hurricane force winds. And you could kind of make an imaginary circle, if I can make one properly here, that we have hurricane force winds, something kind of like this right now, which means this is symmetrical, and this is allowing the system to take as full of advantage with the background environment, winds, the oceanic heat content that the system is moving through right now. So I wanted to also show you another way we could visualize not just at the surface or at flight level, but some helpful dropsonde data that the plane dropped and deployed. And this is from the Air Force mission. And I believe this is in the, this is going to be in the northwestern eyewall as they flew out, because you get winds that are actually out of the north here. And by the way, these winds going inward like this are signifying that the system's deepening very quickly. And so I want to pay attention to this panel right here, because this is different layers of the atmosphere. I want you all to understand, no, we're not seeing a 958 millibar system. These are different levels. And so in this northwestern quadrant, the surface pressure was 989 millibars. That's pretty tight and not far above the surface. So these are relatively your surface winds, right around 70 to 80 knots. But just above the surface here, we have 97 to 100 knots, 102 at 938 millibars. So this is pretty much about halfway up to about 700 millibars. So roughly about, say, 2,000 or 3,000 feet above the ocean. And why this is important here is basically winds will increase faster with this type of rate of intensification that the system is dealing with, and it will take a little bit of time for these winds to come down to the surface. So even so the surface winds may not be particularly strong with this, it will take an additional 3 to 4 hours for those winds to come down to the surface. And that's because when you have a rapidly intensifying system, in such a quick earnest here with our system, it takes a little bit of time for the winds to respond to the current relative intensity with this convection that the system is currently exhibiting. So in other words, the system looks a lot stronger than what is actually being realized right now at the surface. And that's truly because the system is intensifying very, very quickly at such a rate that there's a lag between reality and futurality with what the system. So we could almost look into the future here with what our winds are doing here. And I bet you those winds will come down to the surface or barrow down to the surface in about a few hours. And we will see a major hurricane in earnest here. So this is really cool, okay? The tail Doppler radar that the P3 Orion found here, I wanted to show you different levels of the atmosphere here, because remember when we were showing this, the vortex was tilted off to the southeast at around 50 kilometers from the exact center, or the low-level center. Now, when we look at this, of course, very strong winds are wrapping all the way around. So this is a very symmetrical wind field that Melissa is exhibiting right now. And that's important because when we have a very symmetrical wind field, the vortex is stable and it's more symmetrical and it's vertically stacked almost perfectly right now. And so when we actually look at different levels here, this is a half a kilometer above the surface. This is pretty strong. This is 113 knots. Actually, this could almost be down to the surface already as we speak. So it wouldn't be surprising if the NHC goes with their next advisory update, goes 115 or even 120 because of how fast these winds are picking up with time. But if we look at the upper levels at 6 kilometers, we can see here there is not much tilt that I could find here. Maybe just a hair of a tilt. Maybe just a little bit. Whatever little there is, though, that's probably gone right now. And we have a very, very well symmetrical stacked vortex that the system is exhibiting right now. Again, we compare the two images in the lower parts of the atmosphere or at near the surface at half a kilometer and look at the two images. You can clearly see this is pretty well vertically stacked. And that is why we are seeing the rate of intensification that we are currently seeing right now. Also, tail Doppler radar uses a composite reflectivity at the 1 kilometer level, and we can see here a very intense eyewall that is extremely strong right now. Lots of lightning. I looked at some of their remarks as the planes came through the center, and they have reported frequent lightning activity is occurring within this eyewall. So this means the system is extremely vigorous, violent, intense updrafts with this. And again, that is why we are seeing the rate of intensification that we are currently seeing right now. And so that is something to take into consideration, which matches, again, very well with our Jamaican radar right now. These two images really match with what tail Doppler radar has found so far. So this is realistic. This is not an old image. This is what the plane has found recently. So now that we are seeing this system rapidly intensify, how much stronger will this get? Now, of course, when we're dealing with an explosive intensification rate here, at how rapid is that pace relative to what our models are actually showing? And in this case, they are quite rapid here. The pressure is falling at about 1 to 2 millibars per hour. So if you do the calculation, that's a 48 millibar drop in pressure in 24 hours, but that rate could accelerate as the system develops, firmly develops those hot towers. And so the pressure could end up accelerating deeper with time. But on this model, on the halves A, that is on Melissa, we have a formidable hurricane here with winds that are, again, probably a little on the higher side here. By the way, this is the 0Z forecast, and you can see 83 knots. So that rounds up to about 95 miles an hour. So the hurricane now is a little stronger than what the halves A is showing right now. And that's going to be very important here with now casting the system and actually forecasting it. The halves B did a little bit better job with the winds actually, but the pressure is still a little too high here as they found a pressure slightly lower than what the models actually indicated. And then this model, a little too weak here on the winds, but the pressure pretty good. Actually, probably the best in this case at about 970 millibars. And the HMON also did a really good job at, didn't do a good job, excuse me, sorry about that. I did not, oh wait, no, this is 0Z run, sorry. There we go, now we have reality. in our hands. So this is reality. Pressure 964. I think that's a little too much, but wouldn't surprise me by now once they get in the center again. And the winds are pretty strong. So this is probably reality here on the HMON, except it's moving further west. So let's just look at the halves A for a second, and we can see that the system really gets tight. And I'm not kidding when I say this. This is Sunday afternoon, about 24-ish hours from now. Okay, 24 hours from now, we are looking at a Category 5 hurricane. That is believable given the rate of intensification that we are seeing right now. And of course, with the deep convection that we're seeing, this wouldn't be too utterly surprising. So when we go forward here, the system remains pretty strong here. And I don't want you all to focus on exactly how strong this is because models have a hard time. There's a limit that the models show here on how strong this would get. I think this is being a little bit underdone because of what the NHC is showing. This is only showing about 100 knot winds here. So this is theoretically a Category 3 in 51 hours, which I don't agree with. The NHC is much higher than this, and that is what we're going to use for today's update. But what it does show is that a landfall here pretty much locked and loaded, not really locked forecast, but like directly bullseyed on top of Kingston, which is home to most of the population of Jamaica here. So this would be as devastating as historic of a landfall you can possibly get on Jamaica here. This is really bad. The winds here are going to be screaming onshore, so you would be looking at storm surge of about 10 to 15 feet with this. Depending on exactly if this is much stronger, we could see storm surge even much higher than 15 feet here over the bay, over the estuary and bay here of Kingston in Jamaica. And the orographic lift with this, I cannot say it enough, it is going to be extraordinary. So keep that in mind as well. My heart and my thoughts are out for you all that live on Jamaica. And I just pray and pray that you guys have evacuated by listening to your local officials. There's a state of emergency out for Jamaica right now. This is really bad. I have never seen something this bad in Jamaica in terms of record keeping that I could ever remember. So this is truly a once in a lifetime event, unfortunately, for Jamaica. And again, I just pray that everybody gets out of this storm safely. And if you stay behind, I just pray. I really do, because there's going to be a lot of property damage that this thing is going to unleash as it moves over. And then it moves off of Jamaica and then moves directly over eastern Cuba here. But on this model, because of the land interaction with Jamaica, the system ends up being weaker, with winds that are about Category 1, Category 2 intensity, but probably will be a little stronger than that, given on how robust the vortex will more likely be. But then it moves over the southeastern Bahamas and might strengthen back up a little bit more as it moves over the Turks and Caicos Islands here in about 4 days. But the timing of this system right now on the halves A model is for Tuesday morning. So we have another 66 hours or probably even another 50 hours, maybe about a 60-hour timeline here left for which this will max its intensity before it gets too close to Jamaica with those tall mountains, and will likely lead to some weakening right before landfall, but would still be a very strong Category 4 or even a Category 5 hurricane. And I'll mention the categories here that it won't matter too much about the category because the rain is going to be more significant than not. So now looking at the halves B forecast, this is a different simulation here showing that the system is a lot closer to Jamaica here versus if we look at the same time frame, so 45 hours out. And yeah, so we can see it's a little closer just by a little bit, but in relative sense, the halves B shows winds that are stronger, but the pressure is higher. So that doesn't correlate very well. So that's why I'm looking relatively either at the wind on one model run or the pressure on another to really give a deep estimate here of how strong this might end up being. more likely going to be a Cat 5 at this point. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to become one of the strongest hurricanes that Jamaica has ever witnessed in satellite record eras. Now, in 60 hours, this gets pretty intense, and that's why, just because the NHC does forecast a Category 4, of course, they want to be conservative with their forecast. They are literally, there's millions of people that come to the website and look at the discussions and stuff, so they're going to be very conservative here with their forecast. But on this particular model, near landfall, this is a 155, 160 mile an hour hurricane. This is as devastating of a hurricane you can get as it moves onshore, and it is still here, just crawling, moving towards Jamaica at a very slow rate of speed. This would still be a high-end Category 4 or even a low-end 5 with pressures that are very low here. And also makes it over Kingston in Jamaica. Again, those winds that are 130 miles an hour. That is really bad. That is exceptionally bad, with tropical storm force winds that literally swallow up the entire island here. So that is why I'm going aggressive. And this is the time that we have to hype up the situation because of how serious this is actually going to get as it gets closer. Now, so that model has the landfall a little earlier. So the landfall time here is off by a few hours between the model runs from the halves A and the halves B. The halves A, of course, has a landfall a little later, 3 hours later than the halves B, which has it 3 hours earlier. So the timing of this right now looks to be more like Tuesday early morning here in Central Standard or Central Daylight Time. CDT, because Jamaica is 2 hours ahead of my location when it comes to time zone. And so this would be roughly about, 5, so 6. So this would be roughly about 7 or 8 in the morning in Jamaica time when that makes landfall on Tuesday. So looking at the HWRF model, the Hurricane Weather Research Forecasting model, and this, again, clearly really outlines the seriousness of this. This model in particular doesn't get the pressure too low, but of course, with the rapidly intensifying system, we cannot always hope that the pressure is as high as it can get, because the pressure with these type of systems, one, we're dealing with extremely warm oceanic heat content and sea surface temperatures. So I think the pressure is going to bottom out somewhere below 930 or 940 millibars. I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of experts about this today, right after I came home from work, and they agree that the system will more likely have a minimum central pressure at maximum at around 915, maybe as low as 905 millibars. That is very, very deep. And that's proven true on most of our Google DeepMind AI models that I'll show you here in just a little bit, outlining the high ceiling of the system. Now, this model, because it's a little weaker, it wants to drift it a little further west, and this actually does not make landfall at all on the HWRF model. This is more than likely a slight outlier, with most of the guidance mainly in eastern Jamaica at the moment. And so the HWRF, we're not going to throw that away, so to speak. It is a slight outlier, and it is possible that the system truly could still strike western tip of Jamaica. But that area of Jamaica is not as populated as the eastern half of Jamaica, but still, you would be getting tropical storm force winds and exceptional amounts of heavy rainfall that lead to catastrophic to unsurvivable flooding. This system, or this model, wants the system to rapidly re-intensify on the other side before it moves into Cuba. And this model goes a little too aggressive here over the Turks and Caicos Islands. But if we back it out, the timing on this model is Monday or a late morning. So we're looking at, that would be Monday late morning, early afternoon here. So yeah, this is a lot faster on the HWRF model, which doesn't meet reality as well with the system moving at about 1 to 3 miles an hour. Now, looking at the HMON model, also indicating very strong intensities here. Again, I want to make it clear that just because it does not show a category 5 here does not mean it won't become a category 5, okay? There are limits that these models can have, okay? And rarely do you see the HWRF and the HMON go category 5. Even on, like, I think on Dorian, it only projected a 135 knot system, which was not really a category 5 in definition. So there is a ceiling for these models. And so I think it is going to be stronger. And that's why we have the halves A and the halves B, which do better job at resolving those. And that's why the halves B right now is the strongest one of yet, showing us possibly a category 5 at landfall, very close to Jamaica. So now, how strong will this get? So this is the 18Z model guidance here, and we can show you clearly the OFCL is the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. That's what that actually means, and it's an acronym. And we got to understand the NHC is the highest end of all of the model guidance. And given the trend that we are seeing right now, this seems more in reality, somewhere in this ballpark. So I'm going to draw a box where I think the intensity is going to land somewhere at. So somewhere probably in here is where we are thinking in a period of about 36 to about 60 hours where that intensity will be reached, somewhere in there. High in category 4, low in category 5. So therefore, because of the rate of intensification and the satellite presentation that I am currently seeing, I am about as high as the NHC on this one. I am showing a category 5 in my intensity forecast right before it makes landfall in Jamaica. So yes, this is official. This is more than likely going to become a category 5, unfortunately. And let's just pray and hope that people are already well prepared for a huge disaster of this magnitude. So I know it's hard to tell here on the track guidance forecast, but we can see most of the spaghetti plots. Again, take note of the outliers that we're seeing here. Still a little far to the west. We have narrowed this down quite substantially now because we know where the system exactly is. The steering currents are firmly in position right now, so there's not much wiggle-woggle room left with this. We're thinking pretty much from about far eastern tip of Jamaica all the way across central Jamaica to the west of, say, Kingston in Jamaica, seems to get the landfall. So somewhere in that ballpark, and we could still see some minute shifts a little further westward, but this is pretty much locked in right now that central Jamaica is going to be witnessing a historic landfall encounter strike from Melissa. But of course, this has narrowed down also for much of the Turks and Caicos Islands of the Bahamas. Over the next 4 days, we do expect the system make the crossing over there in about 3.5 to 4.5 days roughly. And then, of course, we're not done once this departs the Turks and Caicos Islands. This could get very utterly close or on top of Bermuda as possibly a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. This is going to be a big, big problem for a while, okay? You can see this model spread here, even this far out. This is a long tracked lived system that we will be tracking for a while, possibly for another 5 or 6 or even 7 days before this is all said and done. And that will really rack up the ACE points throughout the course of the next week or so. ACE points really matter here. Now, there were still some questions. I did look over those last night, and even in this stream, I'm sure someone has already asked it. Could this still get into New York? The chances of that do not look very likely at the moment, so therefore we're not really going to show that far out in time, just because there's pretty good agreement at this time that the system is going to turn out like this and then move off towards the east-northeast away from the United States. So the United States going to avoid Melissa as far as I know for the time being. But there's always that chance it does shift a little bit. So here's a look at the latest official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And we can clearly see there are hurricane warnings out for Jamaica. That's been the case since yesterday. We have now hurricane watches out for the eastern tip of Cuba. Nothing out yet for the Bahamas, but that will change in earnest probably in the next day or so. And we still have hurricane watches and tropical storm warnings out for the Haitian Peninsula of Haiti in the Dominican Republic. And like, look how slow this is going to go. We're dealing with this through at least possibly Tuesday afternoon. It is going to take this whole entire journey for this system to depart the Caribbean. It is going to not depart the Caribbean perhaps until Wednesday morning, if that. Yeah, we have through the middle of next week to deal with Melissa here before it leaves the Caribbean and then moves out into the Atlantic. What a slow mover this system has been, and it's going to be a while. This is the 18th advisory. Actually, when you times that by 2, I think it's well over 30 advisory updates already that the system has done, or that they have done on the system. Now, I'm not going to really get into the tropical storm chances here, but all I'm saying is there's a very likelihood that there will be tropical storm force winds over eastern Cuba, Jamaica. There's a 100% chance of tropical storm force winds. In fact, tropical storm force winds are occurring on the far eastern tip of Jamaica as we speak right now, with winds coming in out of the northerly direction. So, oh wait, this did update. Man, that's a very small area. You can't even see hurricane force winds on that. But yeah, tropical storm force winds are already making their way onshore in Jamaica. So I wanted to read the key points here in this live stream because I feel like this is really, 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 really important. All right. And I'll kind of backtrack and look at the rainfall, the simulated radar reflectivity as well on this. But very big points in this, and I want you all to please listen up on this with the key messages. These are here for a reason. The NHC does not like to type this all up because they don't want to type this all up because this is such a disaster, but they have to do their job. And I'll tell you what, right now, for Jamaica right now, a multi-day period of damaging winds and heavy rainfall is expected to begin tonight, causing catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides. Extensive infrastructural, you don't see that very often, damage, long-duration power and communication outages. That means your cell service could be wiped out. Power lines will be damaged. You will have power outages lasting weeks, potentially weeks, if not even longer, depending on how fast your electrical company is able to restore service to your area with that. Communication, cell towers, radio towers, gonna be gone. Okay, so this is, I mean, when I hear this, literally prolonged, long duration power and communication outages, that means you might not even be able to watch this on YouTube, and get the latest information because, well, your power went out and so did your communication services. Unless you have Starlink, but you would need a generator to run Starlink and to run your house, all right? But otherwise, man, this is, I don't want to get emotional about this, but this is really bad. This is not good at all. All right. Life-threatening storm surges also likely along portions of the southern coast early next week. All preparations should be already completed. All right. There's not much to say about that. You should have been done with that already. You have had plenty of time to get prepared for this. Haiti, for the Haiti area, catastrophic and oh wait, I even forgot to read the rest of this discussion right here. And potentially prolonged isolation of communities is likely. You know what that means? Emergency services may not get to you in time. Okay, so an ambulance to rescue you or water rescues may not get there in time. So that is why we really have to emphasize as much as I can possibly can that if you get flooding and you get dragged downstream into a river or whatnot, or there's a landslide, help is not going to be there in 2 or 3 minutes. It could be days before help arrives for you. So please make sure you're ready already. I think the last a bit of evacuations, I got told, I saw it on X, that their airports were very crowded today and yesterday because of evacuations. So I don't know what the latest status on that is, but if you are still told to evacuate, please do so. Do not stay behind with a situation like this. Okay, so for Haiti, catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and landslides are also expected across the southwestern Haiti to into next week, likely causing extensive infrastructural damage and potentially prolonged isolation of communities. So not only for Jamaica, but also for Haiti, including for the Haitian Peninsula. So this is a widespread disaster here, just out, not only just in Jamaica, but outside of Jamaica and even into far eastern Cuba. Wouldn't surprise me as well. The Dominican Republic, heavy rainfall could produce catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides in the southern portions of the country. Okay, and then so on and so forth. You could read more about this for more information, please go visit hurricanes.gov for more information, or nhc.noaa.gov/storm_graphics with the header there. Okay. And then we'll get to this lovely graphic when we get to the next tab, which is this. Okay. This is an updated version of the rainfall totals. And that purple there is not meant to make it look pretty and cute. No, this is bad. This is 30 plus inches of rainfall, and I would not even be surprised along the tall ridge tops, as we talked about yesterday. You could see isolated rainfall amounts exceeding 40 or 50 inches. 40, well, actually, no, wait, possibly up to 40. So isolated rainfall amounts up to 50 or 60 inches in some of the heaviest, most prone areas of orographic effect. Okay. So you think about it, you have a mountain, right? We talked about this yesterday in Google Earth. You have this tall mountain, right? The air wants to go up, 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 and squeeze out all that moisture. And when it squeezes out, you can get some extraordinary rainfall rates that are magnified. So even so, 30 plus inches, while they're also saying possibly up to 40 inches in some of these areas, but because of the orographic effects, that could be magnified even further up to maybe even 50 or 60 inches in a 4-day period or 5-day period, which is as catastrophic of rainfall you can get. So the rainfall with this one is about as serious as it gets, okay, with a system like this, okay? And not so much the wind. Yes, definitely focus on the wind. The wind is going to knock out power and lead to communication disruptions and outages for sure that are long duration. But the rainfall that comes with this is the biggest story of them all with that. And I'll tell you, the gradient on this really matters a whole lot where this makes landfall, because far western Jamaica might only get 4 inches of rain. 4 inches of rain versus the eastern half, maybe 3 or 4 feet of rainfall. Yeah, that's a possibility. So that goes to show you big time gradient between eastern Jamaica and western Jamaica. All right, let's back it out, kind of put the car into reverse, and let's go and take a look here at the halves A model again, because I wanted to show you all the rainfall, the simulated radar reflectivity, because everybody's probably curious about, wow, is how much rain, David, or how bad will it get when it comes to rainfall? So let's take a look at this. So right now, some of the banding is already making its way. We have some showers and thunderstorms here, but the more steady state of rainfall is beginning to evolve as the system rapidly intensifies. And as this does so, the rain is really going to start by early tomorrow morning, mid tomorrow morning on your Sunday, here with light to moderate to even heavier rainfall, but it's only going to escalate from here on out. Much worse conditions are expected on Monday and then even on Tuesday here. And I wanted to point out something too on the simulated radar reflectivity forecast for overnight Monday into Tuesday. This is a very, very intense rain band here. So intense that there could be the potential for water spouts that could be strong to perhaps violent in a situation like this. So keep that in mind. We could have strong water spouts moving onshore that train each other, and tornadoes as well once they get onshore. This whole area back in here has a lot of vertical wind shear because of the system, and that with wind shear, you get looped photographs. Things get very directionally sheared here, and we are looking at a probably a brief instance of a water spout outbreak here in the far eastern part of Jamaica as these move onshore eventually. So that is something to consider here. And of course, that is separated from our inner core structure where the heaviest rain and the wind is going to be. So just keep that in mind. There's two sides to this, a water spout tornado side and the very intense inner core wind damage wise of the system. And this really gets bad here. This part in particularly by Tuesday morning and at Tuesday mid to late morning. Man, this inner core structure is extremely, extremely serious. There's pinks, magenta colors over Kingston. Rainfall rates, I would not be surprised if they exceed at least 3 or 4 inches an hour at times in a situation like this, with, again, the continuation of water spouts, even over Haiti, even moving into perhaps eastern Cuba. That is something to really take into consideration. Even so, yes, the inner core is not moving over eastern Cuba. Water spouts, tornadoes are a thing that do happen with these type of systems. So please consider that when you're preparing, getting prepared to evacuate if to do so. Okay, because that's going to be the thing. That's going to be the story with this type of system. All right. So now moving forward, of course, this moves over to the Turks and Caicos Islands and brings life-threatening flooding, heavy rainfall, some storm surge, some damaging winds over those islands before the system moves out and tries to intensify as it undergoes some structural changes down the line. Now, of course, one more that I wanted to show you. This is the more intense. Actually, wait, no, that was the Halves A was the most intense, right? Okay, no, Halves A wasn't. Halves B is a little more intense. Yeah, actually, this is far more intense. And again, similar output here. Lots and lots of discrete storms here embedded within this canopy of thick convection. So we're looking at water spouts, tornadoes, that side of the system. And then, man, look at that inner core structure, man. That is significant while there's barely anything going on across far western Jamaica. And look at the whole entire time, western Jamaica, if you are lucky, might spare pretty good out of this, despite the system not being far to the southeast of you here, but still would bring in some wind and maybe some wraparound clutter, some of that rainfall. But holy cow, the central and eastern portion of Jamaica, I can't stress it enough. Catastrophic, life-threatening, perhaps historic flooding is incoming for the island. Central eastern half of Jamaica in Kingston. Okay, so that's really that I wanted to really just kind of vent off for you all that are wondering about this system, because man, this is excuse me. Sorry, folks. Oh man. Oh. Might be getting sick here. Hopefully not. This is not the time to get sick. This is not the time to get sick here. So let's look at our latest. Now we got through the discussion. Let's get tracking on this system. We are going to be here for a while, for another 3 or so hours, tracking Melissa in real time, folks. Live radar images, live recon data, even some live cameras if needed, including live satellite presentation. So I have you covered from the floor to the ceiling on this storm. And what we have right now, I don't think this has updated. Let's update it again. Wow, people are hitting this website like it's no tomorrow. So yeah, here it is. Oh, it looks like it's deviating. It's making that turn a little bit further to the southwest. And this was projected, folks. So don't freak out oh my gosh, it's going to spend a lot more time over water now. No, this was projected because the system is intensifying so fast that we are seeing this deviation happening right now. And I predicted that. A lot of my friends predicted that. That's what we're seeing right now. But it's going to be important if this is going to continue for a while, because if it does, if it gets much further to the south here before making the turn here, this could get, again, a little bit more stronger because, of course, with southward extent, the vertical wind shear is even lighter than it is right now over the system. And vertical wind shear right now, 5 or so knots, really doesn't hurt the system anyways, and it's not going to matter a whole lot. Another thing that I wanted to point out here too is I've noticed it's not just on YouTube, but on social media, people are more focused on the category and the wind side of things on this system. This is a great example to not worry so much about how strong this hurricane is going to get, because if it's a 155 mile an hour hurricane versus a category 5 with 160 mile an hour winds, that's only 5 miles an hour stronger. It's not going to make a difference at all. It's kind of like you have solid red paint, okay, and you just daub a little bit of yellow in it or white, okay, since it's going to be Christmas soon, right? Red and white are Christmas colors, winter colors. And so when you daub that little white paint in the red and you mix it really well, you're not going to tell that the red is a little brighter by much. It is theoretically brighter, but your eyes don't notice it. My analogy here is a category 4 with 155 mile an hour winds versus a category 5 with 160 mile an hour winds. It's not going to matter that much at all. This will be catastrophic and perhaps unsurvivable. And of course, haven't mentioned it much, this will also more than likely be historic given on how rare it has been and how long it's been since we had a hurricane like this hitting Jamaica. And it was Gilbert back in 1988. Make sure I got the year on that correctly. It was like Gilbert back in 1988 since a system did strike Jamaica, but I think it was only like a category 3 hurricane on the high end scale, I believe, if I remember correctly. So this is truly extraordinary that is about to unfold for Jamaica. So that's what I'm really concerned about right now. So let's take a look here at our latest IR satellite imagery. And yes, that is definitely an eye. That is a clear eye, not a clear eye, but that is way more defined. That is really, really clear. You know what this reminds me of? And I hate to say it, a typhoon in the Western Pacific. In fact, the upper ocean heat content. Actually, you know what? Let's go and look at that. The upper ocean heat content that is underneath this system right now is actually higher than it is in the Western Pacific right now. So there is a lot of heat energy underneath this, which is why a system moving this slow will actually make it more intense than less intense. And our system right now is right in here. I would not focus so much on the vertical wind shear. The vertical wind shear is less than 20 knots over the system. I don't think this has updated quite yet. Oops, let me go there. Sorry about that. And so if this drifts, again, if this gets a little further south here, as this anticyclone is trying to go a little bit further to the north here, the vertical wind shear essentially is nothing to the system. There's nothing to stop this right now. It's like it clicked its seatbelt and it's off to the races. The system is going to go. Now, there are a couple of things, because I looked over this before the stream as well, and there were a couple of things, people posting stuff about, maximum TPI index of this, or MPI, maximum potential intensity. And so the maximum that this thing could actually get, The strongest this system could theoretically get is down to 890 millibars. Yeah, 890 millibars. Will that happen? We don't know, but it doesn't look very likely at this time. But of course, what I just said I might have jinxed it. Who knows, right? But this is this is a very, very high ceiling on this system. This is very concerning on all aspects. And that's what we need to take into consideration, that this really has that Melissa is possessed kind of thing. And she is just kicking everybody. She is just being, I don't want to be unprofessional here, a douchebag, in other words, right? So it's literally just, it's out of its mind right now. It doesn't know nothing. It literally doesn't. It's serious, okay? So let me see here. There was a tab. No, that's not it. Here's the upper ocean heat content. And the system is right here. The system is right here right now. And look at how high the upper ocean heat content there is. Actually, can I zoom in? Let me zoom in on this because this is really pixelated a little bit. Can I get to 2 kilometers? Okay, good. I could actually get to 2 kilometers on this. How awesome is that? So look at how high the upper ocean heat content over the system. And it's right now here, right? It's roughly in here somewhere. And it is pretty much moving into even higher upper ocean heat content. So that is what I'm concerned about. And when it makes that turn, it is going to even be moving over a patch of upper ocean heat content here as high as 200 200 units of upper ocean heat content. So, I mean, that's basically as high as you can go when it comes to as much heat energy that is physically in the ocean for this time of the year. So that is also why the NHC is so bullish with their intensity forecast on the system. And is this a new? I think we just got a new. No, we didn't. No, we didn't just yet. Or did we? Oh, we might have gone a new. Yeah, we got a new microwave pass. Yeah, look at how intense this eye is. Very, very intense eye wall right now in place. And there is that dimple. That's the eye in microwave imagery. This is not clouds or anything. This is based on microwave. And wow, that is a very, very intense looking eye wall at the very present moment. And looking at different channels, you can see that there clearly. So there's no doubt stopping the system from strengthening. And let's go back to here so I can show you all. So this is from the NHC right now. Winds are at 100 miles an hour. That is pretty much generous. Actually, let me get the latest Recon aircraft. Dang, they already made it their way through the system. The pressure has only dropped by 1 millibar. Actually, that's pretty significant, about 1 to 2 millibars an hour. And the winds have picked up on this mission on the northeastern quadrant. And they're already making their next pass in there. Yeah, so pressure on both of the passes have dropped a millibar. And there, yeah, there's the wind there on that side. Man, that is very, very strong wind on the upshear side. Over 96 knots. Over 96 knots. We will be waiting patiently for that to come in. And I just closed out. Where did you go? Where did you go? Hold on a second. There, that's what we want. That's what we want here. We did not get a dropsonde, or did we get yep, we did get a newer. Yeah, so this is the dropsonde, and look at the winds here at the surface. Now, remember how I was telling you that it would take some time? Those winds are starting to mix down to the surface. So we're now up to about, averaging this all out, we're up to about 90 knots right now, or 95 knots perhaps. So the system continues to intensify pretty quickly, really fast. Okay, so we are tracking this live right now. We're watching satellite presentation. In fact, we are going to get a water vapor imagery involved on this as well. Let's bring that up. Let's go down here. Oh, the heater's on. The heater should not be on. Okay, so. Ooh, wow, we could actually get closer on this. We could actually get closer and loop it. Yeah, look at the structure on this. Man, that is beautiful structure. Oops, wait until it loads though. That is incredible right there. Yeah, look at that right there. Man, that is definitely exploding. System definitely is moving southwest a little bit. It is definitely moving southwest. So how's everybody doing tonight? If you are liking the presentation, or not presentation, but if you're liking the live coverage that we are providing here in real time on major, well, soon to become Major Hurricane Melissa here, please share this with your family and friends on social media. Get the word out to everybody that is watching this, because, again, historic system in the making right now. This is, you're seeing it live, real time, satellite images that update every single minute, every single splicking minute. And here is the water vapor imagery. I want to get that up here, because the water vapor will give us what the center temperature is. Because if that center is warming, system is intensifying. You're very welcome. And also subscribe to the channel, folks. It really does help out very much, because we will be live on this for a while. The center is slowly warming, though. We are at about 60 degrees, negative 60 right now, so we don't have a clearing eye just yet. But yeah. So it won't really matter here. This is going to be a very strong hurricane as it moves over Jamaica. Very strong. Looks like a skull. Doesn't look really like a skull very much. I think their website just broke. Yup, their radar is broken. Interesting. Can't get it. I think there's just so many people visiting the website right now. It's just their website can't even take it anymore. But man, this is one heck of a storm. Excuse me. Man, I'm just sneezing today. But yeah, all that pink. All that pink. But yeah, that is very symmetrical. That is very symmetrical. Now we're waiting for another pass to get in. So far, this is what they found. And actually, let me see what if they found even stronger winds on this pass. There we go. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's definitely strengthening. You can see winds here going up, and they're even higher up here. So this could be close to a major hurricane. Just in that second pass through the center, just within that second pass, they found winds that are stronger. But the center dew point and temperature hasn't dried out very much. And actually, sea level pressure came up with that. So it's actually not as low, but that will change overnight. You want to make a bet that will change in a hurry. But this flight has the same central pressure on it, and the maximum winds are about the same. So that's what we're witnessing at the present time. But yeah, we're going to be live here for a while, tracking this in real time as this really gets going. Did they close the airport yet? That I do not know. I would assume so. They probably are or will soon. Melissa is still rapidly strengthening. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. No doubt. Yep, the airports are officially closed. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. The airports have been closed since yesterday. Geez. Okay, that's bad. That is bad. So your time to evacuate out of Jamaica has closed. Is it moving south? It is moving southwest right now. I'm trying to get that radar back, but it is offline. Oh, wait, no, it's down here. Wait, what? How is it not? Come on. Why is it doing this? Why is it behaving like this? Yes, their website, there's so much traffic going to it, but it is moving southwest. Believe me on that. It is moving southwest. Maybe it's a wobble of some sort, but that's what it's doing. I believe that's what it's doing. That eye is trying to warm, though. That's a given. It is trying to warm. Is it a 100% guarantee it's going to make landfall in Jamaica? There's a pretty good chance, about a 90% that it will. This thing looks more like a typhoon in the Western Pacific than a hurricane. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It really looks like that. It truly does. I'm not surprised by that. It looks very much like a typhoon. There's a lot of pink on that. A lot of pink. A typhoon versus a hurricane mean the same thing. It's just location, geography. So when it crosses the international date line, I believe, the joint, which stands for Japanese, something with Japanese meteorology, something, but it's their hurricane center, and it becomes a typhoon. It's the exact same thing though. Like in the southern hemisphere in Australia, they call them cyclones. In India, they call them cyclones, not typhoons or hurricanes, just cyclone. Typhoons are usually stronger. That makes logical sense, yeah. Can we check climax? Sure. We could check climax, but I don't know if it is fairly accurate. Actually, hurricane potential. I don't even know if this website even works. Oh yeah, it does work. Nope. I guess that site got taken down or something. Let's go to then the real-time tropical cyclone page. Let's load that in. Let's load it in. Okay, no, they actually did. Okay, it's just small. So, climax on this right now is about 170 knots. It's about 170 knots is climax for this system. 170 knots. Vertical wind shear. I don't like the. Oh wait, no, this is probably very light. Yeah, this is more likely like 10 or so knots. It just goes all the way up to 75 knots thereafter. Sea surface temperatures, though, very favorable. Deep layer moisture, very conducive, and upper ocean heat content. So everything here checks the boxes. Except will it reach this? I don't know. I don't think so. But vertical wind shear is very light. Upper ocean heat content and sea surface temperatures very favorable, and moisture and upper ocean heat content. Everything just checks the boxes. There is a 56% chance that an increase of 25 knots in 24 hours will occur, but I think that's very, very conservative. But there's a distinct possibility here that the wind could increase another 55 knots in about 48 hours. Okay. So we're looking at about, yeah, I can see it going all the way up to about 160 in that sense. So yeah, this is explicitly showing a category 4 hurricane on the ship's guidance. That's really, really bad. That's very concerning by all circumstances. Even on that. 18% chance of a 160 knot storm. Yeah, well, let's see. We're at 80 knots. I hate when they use knots, though. Go back here. Back here. All right, 85 knots. So 85 knots plus 55 knots. So let's add 55 to that. So 55 knots plus, no, wait, 85 knots plus 55 knots equals 140 knots. That says it right there. That's 160 miles an hour. Oh, another hot tower. Another hot tower is going off on this system already. Let's actually zoom in and look at satellite. Let me take this off. Another hot tower already firing on the northeastern quadrant. Let's go to here, take this off really quickly. Go to our meso floater and go to long wave IR. There it is right there. There is our hot tower. This is exactly where the center is. It's what I'm thinking right now. So when we play this through, you'll see it. Yeah, so you can see it right here popping off. Boom, there it goes. So this is exactly where the center is. It's right here. And so all these hot towers are circulating around at the moment. And this is probably going to help warm the eye a little bit. Oh yeah, now it's really popping. Look at it. Really popping now. That is a very strong hot tower. Very strong. The wind is loud. Rain is outside. So it's raining pretty hard where you're at then. Probably some of the outer banding, but not so much the wind yet from this system. Yeah, this is warming up a little bit more. Man, you know what? When you look at this imagery, one could even argue there's no vertical wind shear. In fact, it looks a little more asymmetrical, but actually fatter on the western and southwestern sides. It looks so dang fat on that side. So the opposite. By the way, Logan, if you're still watching the stream, if you want to join on in. All right, Logan says they found flight level winds of 100 knots. So that is 115 miles an hour. So wouldn't surprise me. With the organization status, this might be a major hurricane in the next advisory. All right, so I'm going to have a hurricane expert here. His name is, we call him Lava Command. But he is extremely good with these type of systems. And so far, he has been nailing this system darn well, actually. And so he has something important to tell me about this hurricane that everybody needs to hear. Hey, Lava Command, how are you doing?
Good evening, everybody, and on the stream, good evening, everybody. So, Melissa has briefly stopped intensifying, and we know why. Before, storms like to explode in intensification. We've seen this in major hurricanes. If you have noticed, her CDO and her vertical hot towers have expanded, and her eye is starting to clear. She is in the final stabilizing process of getting the last amount of problems she has before she starts exploding in intensification. She will likely do a stable act, even with more vertical hot towers, for the next little while. It is possible that it could go category 3 tonight, because we do have the data saying there is category 3 force winds in the mid-levels. And if she keeps doing it like this, she'll easily be able to transfer them to the surface. Another thing is Google Mine, which the National Hurricane Center has been relying on. has done a bit more up to a potential, not 100%, of 180 miles an hour, but 84% of the Google mine now goes at least 160 miles per hour. And with the way the models have been, they've been 5 to 10 miles per hour behind. So it wouldn't surprise me if the National Hurricane Center, depending on Melissa's actions, goes 165 eventually.
Oh my goodness. So
And
tell our viewers, what are we seeing with Melissa right now? Because it looks really ugly looking. Like we are seeing another vertical hot tower on the northeastern side that is popping up here. Is this that next act that Melissa's doing here at rapidly intensifying? Because we had that brief pause, what you were saying, which seems I mean, the pressure's still falling. It's about millibar between the passes, but I mean, like, is this next burst here going to do it for Melissa?
potentially, but again, this storm has been a little bit tricky because sometimes this storm has been intensifying, stopping, but there's not a lot of shear anymore. So normally, we saw this before Milton and a few other rapid intensifications. They would briefly pause and stabilize and then go berserk. So I wouldn't be surprised if the next act of Melissa first would be getting those winds that she already has to the surface and then start rapidly intensifying. Most likely at 11 o'clock, we'll see what the National Hurricane Center does. I don't think it's going to go Category 3 at 11. I think more like 5 a.m., only because the atmosphere may take a little bit more time to respond. But again, this is about 5 to 10 miles per hour behind the models. And the strength really doesn't matter in a way, because the thing that threatens people the most in the Caribbean is rainfall. But the fact that this is going rapid intensification combined with rainfall is already that. And at 5 a.m. is very conservative. I know it's conservative, but that's the only way I can do this because Melissa is changing so much in such a rapid amount of time that a major at 2 a.m. is possible also. But I just want to say this. It doesn't matter what strength she is in terms of wide impacts. The wide impact is going to be mudslides and flash flooding. Jamaica particularly is in this mode mostly for wind. Eastern Cuba could have some major hurricane force winds because the trough picks it up very quickly and it goes at a fast motion. But I do think Melissa's is in a brief stabilizing act for her CDO to expand before we see the beginnings of a real rapid intensification. And by the way, some people were looking at dropsondes today, David, and one of them was being confused because there was a dropsonde around the center of the storm, and it didn't look like, the Y shape on the sounding. Apparently, if I'm correct, there's mesovorts in there, because that's the only other reason why the dropsonde would not pick up a direct Y shape on the sounding.
Jeez. Okay. So that means this system already has mesovorts in it, which isn't surprising because that means it's intensifying. We will have to wait to see what their third pass is showing. Law of command. But yeah, with that vertical hot tower though, that might do it for Melissa. I think it's looking really, really bad. It really is. And those surface winds are coming down into lower levels as well. So that keep in mind about that too. As I expected as a system, because I think just above the boundary layer, the winds are going to intensify faster than within the boundary, and the boundary layer takes a little bit more time to respond with this type of deep convection. So I think we're still seeing our winds really ramp up, even so the pressure has kind of slowed its drop. But we got to learn hard from Milton. I mean, we had a pressure fall of like 50 or 60 millibars in like 24 hours. So that's the thing that we really got to keep an eye on is this system has all of the power and muscle will to go berserk, as what you were stating.
A good analogy I like to do is you could give a horse water, but you can't force it to drink. Basically, you could give Melissa all the good conditions, but it's up to the mesoscale of herself to get those conditions for her to decide to use those conditions. And I think after the stabling act, we are going to go not just RI, but berserk RI. And another thing I like to mention, sometimes hurricanes can briefly pause RIs in between. I know there are some storms where they'll do a brief RI, stable, RI, stable, RI, stable. Some storms go complete RI and an eyewall replacement cycle. The shear, even though it's very low, might be able to delay her eyewall replacement cycle at least a little bit, because when you had powerful shear earlier, a lot of the time your eyewall replacement cycles can't finish because it takes more effort to get a larger eye. So I wouldn't be surprised if Melissa, a lot of the first 2 eyewall replacement cycles are at least mergers, and then we get the full one right before the landfall in Jamaica. Milton also had a brief merger right before the big RI. So if we do have a brief merger and she pauses, like by tomorrow morning, I do expect her to go crazy right after, because those are the 2 trends I've seen with really rapidly intensifying storms. Which might have happened in Helene too, but I can't confirm that. I know you were on the stream with me, or you were on the stream at Helene. It looked like a merger or dry air got into it, but there's no dry air here, so it's either stabilizing before RI, maybe a merger right before she goes off, but Jamaican radar earlier did not detect any merger. So it's likely just it's the last stabling act before she goes crazy again. I wouldn't be surprised if she's 115 or 120 by 2 a.m. because of some of the knocks I've seen in the mid-levels, though. I wouldn't be surprised if Recon goes back in there later and finds a Cat 3, the low-end Cat 4. Because those are the winds that are... the winds are in there. It just needs... Also, David, one more thing. The National Hurricane Center bot went 105. If you did look at it, they're going 105 miles per hour. You should see it at 10 o'clock Central.
Wait. The bot?
The National Hurricane Center bot, for the intensity right now, not the peak. Right now. 105 mile per hour, Melissa. And give me 1 second just in case.
I don't see it. It's 100 here.
It's on the website says 100. Give me a second. I'm about to give it to you.
Okay.
Look at it real fast.
Well,
don't worry. Normally I get this. Get this.
That's why you guys gotta subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and share this, because yes, not yet.
So give me 1 second. 1 second. Where are you, Melissa?
Sorry about that, you guys. Almost time for my dinner, but I will eat upstairs. I don't do that very often, but I'm not leaving this chair. Not leaving my chair. My butt is glued to the chair.
There we go. Forward. David. Let me get you. There's the DM. That's 105 miles an hour. And our other forecaster, we were part of all the server together. Trevor calculated the wind speed before the bot. So not only Trevor confirmed it, but now the National Hurricane Center bot. It's in your Discord DMs real quick, David.
Yep, I'm seeing
105 miles an hour. Yep. So it is 105 miles an hour. You may not see it on the website, but the bot confirms it. They could go 110 at 11, depending on recon data in the future. But because we're stabilizing action, they'll likely stay 105 by the Nets advisory.
Oh, wow. This is very helpful. I really like this website. Dang,
It's the National Hurricane Center bot.
That's really cool. Man. Wow.
Somebody said 103.5. That's technically correct, but remember, they round up. And because it's rapidly intensifying, it will likely be 105 an hour. So anyway. But yes. So yeah, you can see some of the satellite data. You can compare all sorts of data. It's really cool.
Oh, dang.
Nice.
SAR. That's a satellite high-end, wow, that I like that because I use that a lot. So let me see if they have it on the system.
Okay.
The SARS.
I'm also looking for any new data, by the way. I'm constantly monitoring her actions.
Okay. Okay, we need RCM. So what I'm looking for is that sector that they have there because it picked up on it.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm think. That's exactly what I was thinking. So let me hold on. Let me 17 2 miles. So it looks like it dropped. 1 second. My computer is being a very sad boy. My computer's being a very sad boy. Oh God. Sorry.
Why
Let me,
are these not over the system, but it was picked up? Sorry.
Oh,
folks.
this is definitely an improvement from earlier data too.
Oh, there it is.
There's some more data coming in. Ooh, and one more thing. And I really I don't want to say this, but I'm not surprised this is happening somewhat. And that's because I watched her evolution ever since she was a wave off the coast of Africa. And when you get low riders like that, it's sheer above, but the wave gets a very mature axis, and it forms in the Caribbean graveyard. That's what it did. It formed in an area where your winds would normally be very strong to rip a storm apart. But the tropical wave was so mature in its axis. That's why Melissa was getting sheared, but D-Max was keeping her alive before this occurred. Because her wave and her axis was so mature and strong. So people kept saying it's not going to become a hurricane. She just had to wait. And now it's her time. So for people questioning why we were worried about Melissa, this is not why we were worried about Melissa. Another thing to mention, I know the National Hurricane Center keeps going that northern track. Expect a small tug to the west because of the ridge pumping. I talked to it about David.
Yeah.
Ridge pumping.
Yeah, talk about what ridge pumping is and why it's important for a situation like this.
A simple way of putting it is when a hurricane rapidly intensifies quickly, the high pressure nearby, which is the ridge, gets a bit stronger because of its, I believe it's outflow. You could correct me if you want to.
Outflow has a lot to do with it. Yep.
Yes. So basically, what's happening is because she's rapidly intensifying in a quicker manner than models predicted, if you look at the Recon data, she's doing what our eye tends to do, a southwest movement. If you look at the Recon points carefully, you can find that too. And even when she was sheared, she was still doing that because she was trying to strengthen.
And guess what Aaron did when it rapidly intensified?
Correct. So basically, I do, and that's worse, David. You know why?
Why?
A tiny bit more west puts more supercells and training bands over the island before the landfall. So basically, they're just going to get more training rain bands. And by the way, I know Jamaica's mountainous and a lot of this doesn't happen. Please don't be surprised if I don't know if we're going to get reports of a few tornadoes because of the way the right bands will act during the landfall, especially with the storm relative helicity of the storm itself. So a few water spouts and a few tornadoes are possible on the Haitian Peninsula and eastern Jamaica.
Wow, that eye is warming. Lava Command.
It is.
That eye is
free, actually. If you look at not the visible where you can't see at all, the visible where you can see night mode, you can start seeing the birth of her eye appearing. If you go to the nighttime version of visible, you can see the beginning of her eye being born. Also got lightning density on here. It's a NOAA sector of the Caribbean. If you want that link real quick, I could give it to you. And we can see
Yeah.
the evolution of her lightning in the center of the storm. Can we send that to you?
Yeah, hold on a
Hopefully it takes you to the right one. It should though.
Oh yeah, that eye is definitely appearing in the RGB channeling. Yup. Wow.
Yes, so she is above me. Also, one more name, David. You see that MCS in Texas?
I have not
I'm gonna tell you
followed.
why. There's a reason why you should look at it real quick. That is your trough. That is your trough pulling it to the east. We knew that because the Storm Prediction Center a few days ago mentioned a trough coming toward the southeast United States. That's the trough that will eventually pull Melissa to Jamaica and then off to sea.
That's been the theme, yeah. Also, we have more convective bursts to the east of the center and to the south, and just in all quadrants again. It's doing what it did earlier. It's just, it literally is blowing out.
Yes. Let me see. Recon is still confirming a southwestern. I call it a southwestern wobble because it's technically only doing that because of the ridge pumping, not because of the general direction.
Someone said they thought it was going west. Well, just because it goes directly west doesn't mean it goes directly west. It might deviate. It might deviate a little bit south to due west. There's these little wobbles that can happen, especially in a situation where the system is rapidly intensifying. Again, ridge pumping might help to gird the system further south or a little further north, but usually further south. We saw it with Aaron. Yeah, we saw it with Aaron, and I think we even saw it with Humberto.
Yeah, we saw it with Humberto too. Yes.
So that is a thing that a lot of research will need to be conducted on about ridge pumping with rapidly intensifying systems. So that way, that could also be put into the models and then better forecast location of landfall.
And by the time she really starts rapidly intensifying, if you notice her wind field here, and this is just my observation, this might not be 100% true. There's technically a bit more outflow than normal. And if you look on the northern side, you'll notice there's a trough to the west and a trough to the east. This setup, these ridges are in between the two troughs. That's allowing her to breathe. And I know people are going to say, and I got some new, the eye is refusing to clear. In rapidly intensifying tropical systems, just because the eye doesn't completely clear doesn't mean it's failing. That just means that David's pointing to it, more vertical hot towers that stack the storm structure.
Yeah.
So,
and it's going to take
basically,
yeah, and it's going to take some time for that eye to clear out, because then you have to, it's physics when it comes to revolutional velocities and everything. That's why you'll get stadium effects typically with Cat 5 hurricanes, because the rotational velocity is so strong that it's centrifugal force, so that's why as you spin, like when you spin a bowl of water on a turntable and spin it faster, at first it's not going to, all of the water's not going to go out to the edges. But if you keep spinning it faster, that water's going to start sloshing and going further out to the edges. And some of the water may pour out of the bowl because, that's the stadium effect. That only happens when you get typically a category 5. Typically when you witness that, wow, this is a category 5 because of the stadium effect. That's something.
Some storms don't need a 5 for stadium. Epsilon was a free, but it depends on the atmospheric conditions too, because subtropical systems as a category 1 hurricane can have a stadium effect. It just depends on where they're located too. Gabrielle's a great example. What's another good example? Isaac in 2024. So it just depends on the location and the strength. It just varies. And there is a good question here. I want to talk about this real quick. Could Melissa shift more westward to overpower atmospheric cold front on the east, on the atmospheric cold front? And no, because this is a trough. A trough is technically stronger than the system itself. It has to follow the steering currents. So once this trough comes in, it will ride with the trough. And it's not going to rapidly weaken, potentially, unless the eyewall replacement cycle comes in. Because David, I don't know if you talked about this, but trough angles, if a storm's in the right position, it can sustain it for longer because even though it's getting sheared, that same shear is giving it outflow. So that's why it still shows a major hurricane landfall in Cuba even after Jamaica. But models tend to underdo eyewall replacement cycle effects too. So there's a caution in between those.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can't wait for that plane. That plane is about to be in there soon. We're waiting for...
Weather Kingdom wants to join us.
I don't want too many people here because we have like 1,200 people, and I don't want to make myself look a lot bigger, but I want to keep things at a professional level. And having just more people join. I really only want maybe 1 or 2 people at a time joining, but I guess we could let Weather Kingdom join for a little bit.
Okay.
But I want it at a professional level, please. Because... What's up? Tona, something like that. How is everybody doing tonight? We're tracking Hurricane Melissa as it is rapidly intensifying. I know Lava Command said it has paused its intensification. That's the analysis part of it. Technically, it is still rapidly intensifying. Okay.
It's just a brief pause.
Just like, maybe like an hour or 2 pause.
Right? Weather Kingdom wants, so let Weather Kingdom in now because...
Yeah, let's... Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you were adding him in. Okay.
No, I wanted your permission first.
Is it Weather Kingdom 26? Oh, wait, or Weather Kingdom 25? Hello? Oh. There we go. So, okay.
I forgot Discord did that. I'm sorry. I actually forgot.
Oh, it's okay.
So, Weather Kingdom will be on in a second, but I just want to talk about something real quick. I will say that if you are in Jamaica, Haiti, and Cuba, it doesn't matter the strength. The biggest killer of tropical cyclones is rainfall. And we could potentially have the National Hurricane Center is going 40. Some models are going 60 inches. A good estimate would be 35 to about 50 inches of rain, depending on the training.
Also, Lava Command, you got to take into consideration orographic effects. That's going to magnify their rainfall, and I'm on the 60-inch end on that one.
Some models they suggest 65 inches on parts of the island, the mountain of Jamaica. So that is a pretty good guess. But I want to briefly, calmly read what the National Hurricane Center said about the potential rainfall, and it's not okay because I really don't like their key messages. This normally scares me because flooding and surge are the 2 biggest causes of injury, damage, and loss during this. So for Jamaica, we already been talking about Jamaica, but I want to reiterate it again. Go ahead.
We got an update from the aircraft recon plane. They have found winds that are the same, but the pressure has continued to fall at now 968 millibars. 968 millibars.
So it was a brief pause, like I was thinking. Okay. So she's clearing her eye. Her CDO is a bit bigger. So that is important to know. Real quick,
However, that has not led to an increase in winds yet, which I'm a little surprised about. The plane has.
I'm not, because of the wind can take some time before reaching the surface.
True.
So it's physics, basically. So Jamaica, I want to read these important notes real quick because the National Hurricane Center, they're normally very careful. Not today. So if you want to read them, David, and put it up on your screen, I don't know if you put it on your screen yet for the effects that this could potentially have. The National Hurricane Center key messages from 5 o'clock. So let me know when you get that.
Yep, I got it.
So I just want to point out some stuff here that I normally don't see. The first thing that you normally don't see is extensive infrastructural damage. Haiti's already in a rough spot. The last Category 4 to really impact Jamaica was 1988 Hurricane Gilbert. Some say it's a Category 3, but by the NOAA records, it was 130 miles an hour at landfall. Another thing you don't normally see, long duration power and communication outages and potentially prolonged isolation of communities is likely. The last time I've seen this, and I don't want to bring this name up because this name gave me so many nightmares. And it's an M name, David. It's Maria.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
And some people have been saying this is the Jamaica version of Maria. I hope it's not. Because if we do, we have very bad and horrible problems. Jamaica is decently good at these storms, but David, people were panicking at the airport today. In Jamaica, the airports are closed.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're and I. You know what? I want to talk on that really quickly. I really feel bad. I mean, being trapped like on an island. I mean, I wouldn't. As you guys could all force me to live on an island, I'll be like, nope, I am not living on an island because I feel like I'm being claustrophobic on that one. I'm like, you can't go anywhere but stay on the island. So if you want to travel 2,000 miles, well, in order to travel, you could either fly or take a boat. You know, here in the United States, where I live, we can take a car, we can fly, or, well, you can take a boat on a cruise.
You can take trains.
Trains. And
some major cities have good metro systems. Chicago, New York, DC is one of the best.
But this island, but here you have limited distance to travel. And on this map, on the rain forecast amounts that I have, if you could travel anywhere to Jamaica, would be the eastern or western side, because the western side has only 2 to 4 inches of rain that is expected based on this forecast. I don't know if this has updated. No, it has not. Versus the eastern side, which has the most devastation that is expected. 40 to maybe even 50 or 60 inches of rainfall, especially in the higher elevations. That's big. That's a serious problem. So you, more than anything, evacuate to higher ground if you are told to do so. I cannot tell you to evacuate because I do not work for law enforcement. I do not work for the evacuation team or anything like that. I could only tell you guys to follow your local authorities and your local officials for the information, okay? You're told to do so to evacuate, do it. Do not stay. Because you are in a flood. If you are in a flood prone area, by a river, by a creek stream, whatnot, by the coast, yeah. Okay.
And real quick, another thing I want to mention is that all the freshwater wells in Jamaica, or almost all of them, which makes this really bad, is at the landfall spot. That makes it even more horrible. Let's talk about the next thing that makes this storm pretty bad. The moon cycle can increase the tides. It is near full moon by the time this system makes its landfall. That's another thing that can go wrong with this. Kingston has a bay and is surrounded by mountains. So not only can you get surge, you can get mudslides. Another bad thing. So many towns and cities are in mudslide prone areas. And the fact that people were panicking to get out of Jamaica on the day before the storm's effects begin, not even landfall, tells me that the Jamaican government might have done a mistake, because at first they said it would dodge around Jamaica. I know because I've heard it. So this is a really bad situation for Jamaica. Also, Weather Kingdom, hello, welcome.
Welcome.
I know you've been monitoring the storm, and we've been talking about the Cat 5 prediction and the ridge building. Well, real quick, David, it's okay if Weather Kingdom gives his thoughts real quick.
Yeah,
because this is a really bad situation.
Which, by the way, before he does, if you all want to go check out Weather Kingdom, he is truly the kingdom of the weather house over here. Yeah, he is the kingdom. Hence his name, Weather Kingdom. So, yeah, you can go follow him on YouTube. Just type in Weather Kingdom. Should be up there. Shouldn't be hard to find. Actually, let me see if I can put a link in here really quickly, because I do want to, gotta shout out my supporters over here that are actually helping me with this, because this is not easy. The Weather Kingdom. Actually, wait, no. I think I have him in my subscriptions list. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. There we go. That's so this is
give me a second.
This is his channel. So let's go over here. You guys go check it out. Also, go check out See Jamaica as well.
So the the first quarter moon is suspected on October 29th. I know because I am looking at the timeline. So it just passed the new moon and it's going to be at first quarter potentially by October 29th. The landfall is at...
I think
landfall is at Tuesday.
Half moons are not... I mean, you get even tides usually with those type of moons. It's usually full or new moons where you get your spring tides, and your nep tides are usually around first quarter or no, first half and second half.
Okay, so my bad. I heard people saying full moon, and I assumed it's a full moon because I don't check the moon cycle. So it is near a first quarter moon, that's still bad because even tides can be just enough, especially with 9 to 13 feet of storm surge, not counting the sea surface effects of an eyewall replacement cycle is predicted by the National Hurricane Center. That's why I'm going for 15 feet because of eyewall replacement cycle and the Bay of Kingston. I'm going 2 feet above them, but that's still if you're right on the coast, that is a very horrible storm surge.
Big time. Also, It is worth noting that the central pressure on this storm, is actually about 2 or 3 millibars stronger than what the halves A and the halves B are showing. So take that into consideration to switch things up here. So the pressure is actually lower than what our forecast models are indicating right now. And it is further south than what most of our hurricane models are showing right now. So will be interesting to see what those 0Z model guidance indicates once those come in tonight, which we will be providing because those will start rendering just before the 9 o'clock hour, my time. But yeah, all of the models show this. Not actually the HMON most aggressive has the system at 961 millibars at 03 Zulu Sunday, which we're at only 01 Zulu based on the flight data that we have. And the satellite data shows it's only 141 Zulu at the moment. So that means the system could be a bit stronger than what some of the model guidance actually illustrates. Okay, and we just got another... Oh my gosh! Lava command. We have 100 and 110 knot wind barb on the northern end of the storm. 110
At the
knot
flight level?
at flight level.
So that would be
So
126 miles per hour. So depending on depending on the height, that's 110 or 115 at the surface.
wow.
That's actually stronger.
That is stronger. We did say potential major by tonight, and the rate it's rapidly intensifying. David and I talked about it earlier. You know what? Go 115. Go ahead and see if you can, but they might be conservative and go 110. But
Dude.
if the data supports it, yeah.
Man, that
115.
eye is clearing out. That eye is really warming. That eye
Hey,
is
Yes.
warming.
Lava, can you send me the radar?
The Jamaican,
Yeah.
oh, that eye is classic appearance coming out. Trevor has the radar. So you might want to ask Trevor.
Okay. Thank you.
But this is a very that is such a sign of rapid intensification. I don't know what to say.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, that eye. Oh yeah, that eye. That is.
Those are mesovortices. If you look very carefully,
There are
It looks
mesovortices.
mesos.
Yes, there are mesovortices in that.
one more name. The I believe is 17, not 17 nautical. I think it's 17 nautical miles. I could be wrong. I need to get that info real quick. 1 second.
Dang, that is making
Wait.
a hard southwest jog right now. That is moving southwest significantly. I mean, that's notable. I mean, earlier it was way up over here. I can't go that far back, but the eye was way up here. And now since then, the system is down here now. So it really has lost some latitude. It really has made that jump pretty much headed southwest at this point.
David, we are both correct. Look at the new data I just got you. There is a very calm inner eye, and the data surrounding that is suggesting mesovortices. So we were on point. It's on Discord DM.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, what? Where do we see the whole mesovortices?
On the group chat. On the group chat.
Yes, I see that. I'm looking at it right now. Where do you see the mesovortices on this?
I believe the dip is the eye,
Yeah,
and I believe this black line in the middle is your mesovortices. Because that is the aircraft pressure, and that is your geopotential height. So yeah, that looks like an eye structure too.
Would I be able to say
Jeez.
anything
Wow.
in a
Go ahead, Weather Kingdom.
I just want to say thank you for allowing me on the stream, David. But yeah, you guys, this is a very very bad situation that's unfolding, and we knew that the Caribbean waters and the conditions in the Caribbean was ideal for this type of rapid intensification. And sadly to say, we were almost done with hurricane season, but looks like the last storm, or one of the major last storms to impact any land, would likely be Melissa here. And this is a really bad situation in Jamaica, even in Cuba and the Bahamas, as this is going to be a massive flooding potential and also a wind maker that's going to be bringing a lot of major impacts. So if you guys have not left, or at this point, you guys can't even leave, because I know a lot of the airports are closing. Honestly, bunker down for the worst. We're hoping for the best, and maybe an eyewall replacement cycle maybe tries and helps to weaken this some bit. But this is honestly playing out as a very, very bad case scenario. And I'm pretty sure David and you have been talking about the impacts. This is going to be bringing not just one day of impacts. This is going to be bringing multiple days, and even far-fetched into months and weeks. This could be without power in some parts of Jamaica for months. Also, some major infrastructure damage along the shorelines and even into some parts into Jamaica.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that info. All right, we just got another update from Logan, and they have found a 100 and knot speed max on the northern side of that eyewall. So we have 111 on the northern side of that eyewall right now. So that is quite close to Category 4 intensity already.
The new dropson has a 969 millibar pressure, just in on the group chat. That is dropson at the center of the storm. And Trevor's also telling me that they're confirming potential of 115. We'll see if they'll do it. They might go 110 just for reasons.
Yeah, I can see 110.
I think
110 to 115.
Because it's rapidly intensifying, they may go ahead of the current intensity, to then assemble that with the next advisory. So what they might do is go 115, then with the next advisory, if it has intensified a little bit more, keep it maybe up it to 120, and then just do that, like stair step it up. So I think they might go 115, and then because of how quick this is intensifying.
Real quick, I want to shout out again Trevor here. Trevor's been an amazing help for Weather Kingdom and I for more data than what we could get. He actually did the calculations of the Recon data at the maximum intensity. Look below the dropson. Nice calculation. Yeah, the math supports it. So we will likely potentially get 115. That's really good math. Yes.
That eye is really warming up, though. That eye is now red in the middle, not like pink or white anymore like it was earlier. That really has warmed up. So that eye is warming. So that means the system is definitely strengthening pretty darn quickly.
It might be what they might go 110 due to
I see them
some
going.
reasons,
I see
115.
I see them going 115 because of that eye clearing.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna look at okay, the trend of the eye is it's warming and it's somewhat semi-clearing. So they're gonna be like, oh wow, the eye is clearing this quick. They're finding this amount of wind in the low levels of the atmosphere. I think we're going to go 115. So we have 45 minutes before that NHC advisory, and it's not just your intermediate advisory. It is actually your complete advisory where we will get the track update and both intensity as well. And the flood impacts, we will get much more new information in from the National Hurricane Center once that comes in, which will be 45 minutes from right now.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Do you guys think this will, do you think the 11 o'clock advisory will show a Category 5 potentially making landfall in Jamaica?
No. Only because of the eyewall replacement cycle. Only. It can happen, though, in theory.
I would say, and again, I want to really speak to all of you, including you, Lava Command and Weather Kingdom. Let's not worry about that if it's a high end 4, it's a low end 5. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. The flooding is the flooding will be catastrophic, unsurvivable perhaps, and historic if that, especially for the higher elevations where that orographic flow is maximized. Don't want to forget about Haiti over here. Haiti is getting a lot of rainfall as that inflow moves up and over the Haitian Peninsula. So, yeah, the storm is way down here, but your flooding is way up here in the Haitian Peninsula. So, this is a...
David?
What?
New scan from the lightning maximum density.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to send the image.
Did you send me...
Rapid intensification beginning. Outbreak of lightning in the eyewall on the newest frames.
Okay, where are you getting this? You know what? Let me see if I can go to Goes myself.
I got you the link. Don't worry about
He's
it.
right. Weather Nerds is confirming out of nowhere the last 2 frames. Rapid lightning increase near the eyewall, especially the western.
I think her CDO moment stopped. I think she's ready for the next stage. Here you go, David, and Weather Kingdom. This is not like the mesoscales, although you have to keep refreshing somewhat, but it's really good for seeing lightning eyewall. You want to go to the care, or is there meso for it? Oh, there is. Wait, which meso is that?
Yep,
I need to look.
There is.
Which one is it? Ooh,
Let me send you the link.
more.
Let me send you the link.
Please do. I've been looking at the whole Caribbean, which I like the lightning on the eastern side, but thank you.
Wow, this is a really I was not expecting this strong.
Dang, that maximized really significantly. That went up to like 50 strikes per 5 minutes. That is wild. That is wild, actually.
When will be the next recon after these two?
That's the one thing I unfortunately don't know.
I heard Trevor saying they have 2 more scheduled for tonight. So I'm wondering maybe one around like 12 o'clock midnight, Eastern Daylight Time. And then one in the morning. I don't know.
Which, by the way, for those people that are watching, when you get a lot of lightning in the eyewall, that means it's intensifying. Let's just be aware of that. So,
there's an unknown dropson. Oh, that's concerning.
What is
I'm
it?
sending it on the group chat.
Okay.
She's mixing those winds well.
Let me look.
oh my goodness.
I don't know if that's a mesovort or that's the northern eyewall.
Let me look for you.
Dang,
I would like
that is strong. Yeah, 100. We have 115 knots at 970 millibar layer, which is not far above the surface.
That's
far
a
at all.
100 sits at the surface. 100 sits at the surface. 100 sits knots. 106 knots at the surface is 121 miles per hour. We did say 120 mile per hour winds might be able to mix down if that is the northern eyewall.
That's not even the strongest.
So,
Damn.
so that this is gonna go major. I think they're gonna
115 by 11. Yep.
Yeah. And these hurricane models, that what scares me. They're not initializing as strong.
Well,
they're
let's wait for the
00Z.
Yeah,
When they come out, they'll have the best data ever on Melissa they ever had in their lives.
Yeah.
So I hope they can figure out this track because it's either west of Jamaica or it's Jamaica.
That eye is extremely clearing out. I would give it maybe another 30 minutes and we might start seeing the ocean and it completely clearing out.
Well, I would give it an hour or two.
Maybe.
Only because the vertical hot towers are going around.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's weakening, by the way. It just means that convection is overlapping a little bit. Someone said 106 is 120. Yes, but I do think they're going to go 150. Could they go 120 considering the rapid intensification?
I don't think so. I think 115 and then
David and I were talking about it, though.
I agree.
A little bit higher.
At least 115, I think, because there's a constraint. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
No, because 105, 115, that's 10. They could go 120 because that's 15 right there with their speed increase. This is a slim possibility. Boy, if they go 120, though, that is category 3 in less than 12 hours. Actually, no, it is less than 6 hours. Wait. Yeah. Or...
I'm starting to think the Google Mind of 180 is not faking anymore.
I think like in 7 or 8 hours, it went from a tropical storm to perhaps a category 3.
This is what we expected, and unfortunately, it's the other reason why it's able to just be free. And you may be thinking, and here's the one thing that people real quick we want to talk about here because this is important. The Caribbean waters are so deep around here, even when it's moving at 1 to 5 miles per hour, the Caribbean Sea is so deep in this region that it can hold all that water and still support another major afterward if it ever happened. That's how hot these Caribbean waters are. It's so amazing, the thermal capabilities of the Caribbean right now. Ooh.
Man, that pressure is low. That dropped 2 millibars in a pass. So that is really significant.
Hey, I just want to say I will be going soon and doing my stuff. By the way, David.
That's perfectly fine. That is absolutely fine.
Ooh, you know what we could check real quick on the mesosector? I wonder if it, where is the cyclone X mesosector? I want Dorak. Oh my god, it's rings. Look at that Dorak. Wow. Beautiful structure. That is a classic Caribbean RI if I ever seen it.
Also scene type embedded center cloud region with MWI.
Oh, did he go for a second?
I'm here. Can you do some talking, Tristan, while I have this up, because I need to see if I can bring my food upstairs, because this is an urgent situation. I'm gonna let the stream run and I'll be right back.
All right. Hello everybody in the chat. Yeah. While you're here, I would like to answer some questions. If you have any questions, real quick, while we're waiting for the 10 o'clock update and while David is doing what he needs to do, if you have any questions, please ask for this system. A lot of people are saying 180 miles an hour with 905 millibars. The Google Minds top intensity is 180. By the way, for people that don't know, the mean is a mid in 4 to a low in 5. The top is 180. So that's not a terrible peak forecast. But we'll have to see what Melissa's evolution is. But how far south has it wobbled? That's a good question. It wobbled at least a degree or two to the southwest throughout its whole life, as it started intensifying. But if we're talking about her whole life, we don't know, because she wobbled so much as a tropical storm being sheared and saved by DMATs.
All right, I'm gonna head out, you guys, if that's okay.
That's perfectly fine.
Someone says, "Do you think it will reach a Category 5 tonight at this rate?" No.
I just want to say.
Go ahead, real quick before I finish it.
No, you're good. You're good. Answer the question.
No, because this storm still needs to adjust its structure, and of course, there's physics. So you can't just have a storm having a good structure and you have 200-mile-per-hour winds on the sea at the same time. The winds need time to get down to the surface because they're coming from the upper levels of the atmosphere. It's like a vortex, basically. That's how an eye is structured. And by the way, when the eye clears, this will have double outflow channels, which we normally see in West Pacific or very rapidly intensifying storms like Humberto. Gabrielle was a little different. It had more of a trough help from outflow. Aaron is a good example of double outflow too, though, when the eye clears.
All right, the Air Force is about to plummet into the storm again really soon, and we will get another pressure reading off of that. Please mark it down. 960. I'm looking at extrapolated pressure. It was 968.4 millibars. Okay, Lava Command, remember that. Okay.
96.8.
Someone asked a question. What category is she right now? Technically, by the National Hurricane Center and the data bot right now, she's a Category 2. But by dropson evidence and the way she's been strengthening, we would not be surprised if she's either 110, 115, or 120 by the NET's advisory. Those are my free estimates. Because the Hurricane Center can be conservative, be on point, or be a little aggressive in RI situations.
All
Could
right,
it
I'm
be a
gonna head
category
out.
free? Oh, someone's answering your question. Okay. So yes, are tornadoes a threat with this hurricane? No and yes. It depends on the structure. Not only that, but Jamaica's mountains can help supercells on its eastern side lift, but they can also tear their inflows and inflows apart. So we'll just see what happens in Melissa's structure. I wouldn't be surprised though if some decent water spouts are confirmed offshore. Maybe a few tornado touchdowns in the Haitian Peninsula or eastern Jamaica. Great question, because I know another DP tornadoes are not that common in Jamaica, but most of the time they happen in tropical cyclones.
All right, I'm gonna head out. Can I say something?
Yes.
So
I just want to say thank you, David, for letting me on the stream. I just want to say anyone in Jamaica and everyone that's impacted by this, please listen to your local news. Honestly, you guys should really bunker down. This is a evolving, very catastrophic, potentially situation that's unfolding, and I really feel for people in Jamaica. This really reminds me of a Hurricane Maria situation that happened in Puerto Rico. As you guys remember, that was a catastrophic hurricane that still to this day, as I went to Puerto Rico, a lot of people that lives there still remembers the hurricane in and out from the beginning to the end. So, I really feel for the people in Jamaica, and I God bless everyone in the path of this system. Thank you guys for having me on the stream. I will be leaving for the night and doing my own forecast and everything in my own stream. But I do want to thank David for giving you guys very, very good information. He's an awesome dude. Please go subscribe to him. He's been doing this forever. And honestly, he's actually one of my idols that I grew up that I wanted to do my own, because I watched him when he did multiple live streams years ago. So thank you, David, for helping me over the years, and thank you for motivating me, and thank you for always there when we need him, and thank you for the fan base. You guys are great, and have a good night, you guys.
Yep.
you too. Thank you so much for joining us and having the time.
Thank you.
But Lava Command
Alright.
will still be here. Actually, I don't know if Logan is still on or not. If Logan, I'm sure he is. He knows a lot about recon data as well. If he wants to join, he can, but I want to keep it only a maximum of 2 at a time in the call.
That's perfectly fine. Someone really quick asked, I know someone answered it, but I will let you answer it. Rapid intensification is 35 knots in 24 hours. Which it might have already passed that with her evolution. So someone said violent eyewall. Violent eyewall is being developed because of mesovortices. Yes, we are getting a violent eyewall soon. It's a matter of time when.
And actually,
And one more thing, another thing to keep in mind, David, is that a small part of a hurricane's intensity and is the forward motion of a storm.
Yeah.
So when the forward motion, it might speed up a little bit before slowing down again, and then the trough will pick it up. That the forward motion won't be much of a factor in its intensification. It's more of just the environment itself.
okay, there has not been much lightning inside the eye now. Interesting. Only about a strike every 5 minutes. Well, that's still decent. That is still quite decent.
That is still very decent.
Oh yeah, you look at, if you zoom out on the satellite as well, you can see it. You can definitely see the eye there.
Yes, the eye is definitely the eye is definitely getting more clear. Absolutely.
Yep, I think it's going to be a Cat 3 in the next advisory. 30 more minutes.
I think so too, especially with that new 966 millibar pressure found apparently by the chat.
966?
Yeah, pressures
That's-
are definitely supporting a cat free too by the wind versus pressure ratio.
Dude, winds are stronger. Winds are stronger on that same side. The plane found 150 knot wind barb.
At the surface,
Flight level.
flight level. Okay, that would still be about 120, 125.
So I am estimating on that Air Force mission, I'm estimating the pressure down to 965 because they have easterly or northeasterly flow, so they did not get the exact center yet. So I'm thinking they'll find a slightly lower pressure. So
Yes,
so
they will find a slightly lower pressure on that.
and this is pass number 3, right? Or pass 2?
I believe it's a pass 3 or 4 or 5. I wonder when Recon took off because I was a little busy in between. So it's either 2, 3, or 4. Someone can correct me in the chat if it's how many passes there was.
Okay, wait. 1, 2, and yeah, that's 3. Yeah, you're right.
That's 3. Okay.
Max wind. They found max winds of 115 knots. Max winds
At the upper levels.
Flight level, yeah. And pressures are down to 965 millibars. Actually, extrapolated pressure on that was that. So 968. So 68, 67, 66. That's 3 millibars per hour.
Yeah.
That the pressure has dropped. Wow, that is pretty darn fast.
That is pretty darn fast. Some models wanted 10 millibars in 3 hours later on in its intensification. And I wonder if that's going to happen. Of course, models are just guidance. They're not the true beyond all. But there's definitely some potential that it could really explode later on. Oh, this is an interesting this is an interesting thing for vortices on the intensity. Give me a second. I'm putting this in the group chat here. 969 millibar. Okay, this is the Vortex data message.
Okay.
That is on the group chat here. Why do mesovortices make the eyewall more violent? Dave, if you want to explain that.
Hold on. Can you explain it? Because I'm typing this report up.
Yeah, sure. So mesovortices, they tighten the storm up is because they lowered the pressure. They allowed the storm to get stronger in the center. That's the simplest way. When the storm gets strong enough, they're able to do mesovortices that are able to make a storm's wind stronger and the pressure lower. And one more thing, because I know people have been saying Recon needs to do a better job. Recon, you need to consider the safety of their pilots. And when a storm has mesovortices, please consider that they can't just go into mesovortices, and it's trickier to go inside the eye. Which is why the National Hurricane Center, a lot of the time, when you get a pressure, let's for example say it's 930 millibars, right? They'll do 927, 928, maybe 925. Because now the Hurricane Recon can't always go in there because of this, because it can be very dangerous. So please consider that before, I know some people always say, like, Recon, why you're not going in? Well, when big storms happen like this, the mesovortices can really cause turbulence.
Also, I wanted to let you know we have negative 85-degree cloud tops surrounding the entire eyewall right now. Completely. It's a pink donut.
Yep, and if you see the cloud base, it's the outflow kind of grew, actually. I wonder if it's getting double outflow channels with the eye clearing now.
Dang, that center temperature is warming up fast.
The central temperature. The max tropical cyclone temperature by the mesoscale sector has warmed to minus 50.36 Celsius by Dirac, mesoscale 2. Water vapor, I want to see what it's lowered to. 56.0 negative 56.06 Celsius. Let me see. Does it have a ding on here? No, it does not have a ding on here. Oh, that eye is getting a classic beginning effect.
Hey, I want to tell you something. This is moving south now.
It is moving a little bit south. That actually does make sense.
Dude,
because of the steering currents.
Oh my gosh, this is actually moving south.
It looks like it's doing a wobble to the south.
Yep.
So,
shoot. Okay, this was going northwest, west, southwest. It might be looping, someone said. That is a possibility.
It could be a possibility because the steering currents are only allowing for it between 1 to 4 miles per hour. Which means the storm will wobble a lot as it intensifies, it gets stronger. That's a possibility. And unfortunately, these small wobbles to the south do not prevent Jamaica from getting a direct hit. It just means the storm will be stronger and there's a better chance of an eyewall replacement cycle, which is really bad considering it affects sea pressure for storm surge. So please be wary of that. This is actually... Now, if it was moving a lot more west and it did this, I would be happier because it would... eyewall replacement cycle in the middle of the sea. But no, it's not doing that because the ridges are making it have very horrible steering currents. So this is a really bad situation.
Dang, that center is warming even further. Negative 48 Celsius. Cloud tops are almost negative 90 Celsius.
Yes, that is...
Yeah, there's no doubt that they are finding category 4 force winds in the flight level somewhere in that storm. Oh my goodness. Lava Command.
Yes.
Raw T data. Okay, from Dovrak 6.9. Pinhole eye is being detected. Scene type. It is.
I will say it's like a low medium eye. I say low medium as in it's near pinhole, but it's still sort of the lower end of a normal eye. But that is a sign that the storm is tightening up because of the vertical hot towers. So that tells me it's really about to go off. Remember that stable moment where liquid stopped going down? I think it was getting ready for this. Yep. And David, just in case it does that again, just remember that sometimes storms tend to all right and stable, or this storm can just all right all the way to eyewall replacement cycle. We'll just see. The storms act differently. And by the way, this is definitely, in terms of strength, this might be the strongest landfall in Jamaican history, considering Gilbert was 130. In terms of rainfall, the most amount of rainfall was a November hurricane in 1909 with 138 inches. That's not going to happen. But I do think it's going to be the top 7 rainfall producers, or at least the top 10, with it stalling.
Jeez.
Trevor, give me another calculation real quick.
Okay, center temperature update. We're at negative 47 now, so it is warming up pretty quickly.
120 miles an hour at the surface by calculations.
All right,
They might go 115. They might still go 150. We'll see. 150 or 120 now. I don't see anything below that at this moment, all the evidence.
Boy, if they go 120, that's a big jump. That's a 20-mile-an-hour jump in 3 hours.
Now, the only thing I'm going to caution about the strongest landfall in Jamaican history, David, is wind speed, only because of the eyewall replacement cycle. Models tend to underdo how much it does. We'll just see about this. I think the pressure is going to be very deep, though. What was Gilbert's pressure during its landfall? Well, real quick.
All right, I got we got the other half of the storm that they flew through, and yeah, you got the other half of the storm. They found a pressure of 966.1 millibars, so that will be the final call. Thought it would be a little bit lower, but that's about right. 966 millibars. Right. So that's about 2 millibar drop.
960 millibars for Gilbert's landfall, by the way. On Jamaica. We're not talking about the peak of the overall storm. We're talking about Jamaican landfalls, chat. So it was whoever said 125 by NOAA data is 130. It briefly intensified to a 4 before its landfall. NOAA data has it. I checked it before getting going. It is 130. I know Wikipedia says 125 though, but by NOAA data was 130. So the 125, 130 doesn't matter considering this storm, but that is the record from the NOAA for Gilbert for landfall in Jamaica. 960, 130.
All right, Logan. Oh yeah, I see that you're in chat. You want to join the live stream with us? Aircraft analysis specialty over here. So yeah, it's it's a 966.1, but to round it down, we'll say 966.0. So it is dropped by about 2 or 3 millibars in the last hour. So it is.
We love some good analysis.
Oh yeah, he's really good at that stuff.
Oh, I'm about to be a nerd and listen to all of it because I love analysis and data. I love it. What is this new?
Actually,
oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on, David. I know it looks weak at the surface, but look what winds she's holding aloft on that scan.
What?
If that drops, look at the new drops on the northwestern eyewall. That is terrifying.
Oh, on which on Air Force mission?
I believe this is the Air Force 301. This is the northwestern eyewall. Once you get about 958 millibars, it goes 125, which commits to the surface. And Logan, if you want to talk about this new drop zone they got, you can if you want.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's bad. Oh yeah. Oh, that's 130. 130 knots at 927. 927 millibars at the pressure level. Almost 130 knots. Oh yeah. There's no doubt. This is going to be. This is going.
Can you
this
guys
is
hear
going to
me?
be. Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
So let him speak really quick. Lava Command. By the way, Lava Command. This is Logan Rounds. That supports me strongly here on YouTube. He is our hurricane analysis specialty here. And so, what are your insights about this system so far, Logan?
So you're looking at the most recent drop zone, is that what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yes, northwest eyewall.
The one that had 119 knots.
Well, I'm looking at the northwest. I'm looking at the one at 224 Zulu, October 26, 2025. And it has...
Oh, I found it. The one that has 125 knots around that area consistently up to 958 millibars?
Yep, correct.
Yes.
Okay. So, considering that this thing is rapidly intensifying, I mean, even like you guys had already mentioned, it's gonna take a minute for it to catch up to the surface. But, without a doubt, they're probably gonna go 120 miles an hour. Because I've noticed that with aircraft, they usually reduce at most 10 knots from flight to surface.
Makes sense.
Considering they found about 115 knots earlier, I've not seen any reductions that have been over 10 knots. At least me personally.
Wow.
Also, I do want to say earlier when the Mission 13 went into the center and found that 968.2 millibars, they didn't get into the direct center. They were to the left of the center.
Shoot. So I think
I mean, that 966 is probably more accurate from the 14th mission that's currently inside of Melissa right now, but
that's what I put. I put at 966. That's pretty low. That's getting
yeah,
close to the
I think
950s.
I think NHC is going to put in 964 for the 11 p.m. advisory. In fact, I'm going to check and see if it's out right now.
It's not out yet.
Yeah, no, I just
monitoring
tried.
bot.
Yeah,
Boy,
okay.
dude, if they put 964 millibars, that is 71, 70, 69, 68, 67, 66, 65, 64. That is a 7 millibar drop in pressure in 3 hours.
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if they rounded either and go 965. I wouldn't be shocked either.
Okay,
'Cause there's
so-
barely a difference in that.
So 971. Oh, wait. So 7 millibar drop divided by 3. That's about 2.5 to almost 3 millibar drop in pressure per hour.
Yeah, that can happen with these kind of systems. The ones that rapidly intensify like this. That is very easily able to happen. I mean, like you said with Milton, that dropped 60 millibars in 24 hours. That explosively intensified.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
So let's look at the GOES again. The GOES satellite.
No, it's unavailable. It crashed for me, apparently.
Oh, no.
There's just so many people tuning in that the website it can't go through. It makes sense when you have this going on.
Yeah,
And so
we have
many-
1,050 people watching right now.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a lot
And
of people watching. And speaking of that, if you're finding the live coverage of data that we're feeding to you all here live on the channel, Recon data, I'll be putting up some cameras in my next live stream. We'll probably do another one of those tomorrow for sure. It's going to be just as long, at least, to get the Recon data in there. If you're finding this very helpful, informative, life-saving, please subscribe to the channel, share this. Let's get this out to a lot of people because you are witnessing rapid intensification in progress as we speak. We are seeing...
David?
Yes?
We are witnessing history, actually. And you
Yeah,
know
well,
why?
Yeah, we are.
The
Maybe
only
strongest
other
from the
season
hitch.
to have 3+ category 5s or more was 2005. So we are witnessing history right now in the records of the Atlantic.
Oh, that's not just the only thing that would be history. This would be the strongest landfall in Jamaica to be recorded in history as well.
Yes. The strongest was Gilbert, 125 and 130. If you go NOAA, Wikipedia, 960 millibars.
Yeah, but this is going to most likely break that record, no doubt about it.
Even with the eyewall replacement cycle, most likely.
Yeah, the eyewall replacement cycle is only going to reduce about 15 miles an hour, probably at most. I mean,
And-
Milton had a complete erosion of its inner core, and it dropped 25 miles an hour. Because that was just an exceptional drop.
Yeah.
And,
By the way,
Aaron from-
Logan, did you see the Google mine?
I have not been looking at that one so much.
84% when a category 5 and 160, and the highest is the potential right now is 180. And they're still behind on the RI.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with those actually.
Exactly. Google Mine's been so good this year, and again, it's proving its worth because it showed ridge building with the southeastern Wobbles before the northern turn, and that's what we're seeing.
Wait, so
Yeah.
are you looking at the 18Z suite?
No, I'm not. I'm so curious what that shows actually.
Wait, so
I'm very
where are you
curious.
viewing this from? Where are you viewing it?
I get I'm on other servers. I also get some data from other servers to make sure they're accurate.
Oh, okay.
And Twitter too. Since I'm not the best.
Okay, because
I'm not.
what I'm seeing here on the latest is 18Z is only 3 models have this at a category 5.
Really?
I am looking at it on the Google Weather Lab cyclones thing website, and
I'm very surprised considering what she's doing.
Yeah,
I wonder if
agree.
that's just an 18Z thing, because I've always thought 18Z, even though 00Z, 18Z, and 12Z get the same amount of data. I wonder, I don't know, like, models tend to, for some reason, I've seen this on globals too, models sometimes downplay a storm a little bit as the RI is going on. So I'm wondering if
Yeah, that
that's just
happens
a
all the
model
time.
effect. Yeah, and doesn't it still show a 1 on the Google Mine? Aha, it does.
it does show a distinct possibility that it will become a Cat 5 for sure. Yeah.
But the fact that it's showing a
without a
1 right now
doubt.
tells me it's underplaying this. See, even the Google Mine is kind of shocked of how much it's just gone on. Oh my god.
Yeah, NHC
Ooh.
even predicts a Category 5. There's no way it doesn't at this point.
Yeah, 165 actually. I wonder if to go 165 at peak, considering what she's done already.
I think they're gonna go much more intense than that because they weren't anticipating 115-mile-an-hour winds for another 24 hours.
Hey, David. Advisory is out on MBOT 115,967.
What?
That's it.
I know why they did that, because the winds are still mixing down. That makes a little bit of sense.
Well, that is a
I don't have that.
that is a 15-mile-an-hour wind increase, so that is very substantial. That is very substantial still.
We predicted a cat free tonight, so that is accurate now.
Yeah.
Woo! I want to see the discussion. I wonder if they will increase the strength given what she has done.
Yep,
I
there
know.
it is.
I'm also curious on. Oh, let me get it up. Let's see what they're saying.
Wow, this is remarkable.
That's odd.
Actually, let me go to their archive and look at their public advisories. So, 15Z.
I'm surprised they went a little higher on the pressure than what was expected. I mean, we got pressure that's lower than that right now.
They stayed 160. Okay. Considering intercore fluctuations. Okay. I agree with that. Especially since she had a pause today.
I want to read. I'm going to read that discussion, though, in a second here. But yeah, from 24 hours ago.
It's up. It's up. Discussion's up.
Okay, I'll look at
I got
that.
it
Hold
on
on.
MBOT right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying 140-mile-an-hour landfall in Jamaica.
So 24 hours ago, pressure was 993 millibars, and the wind was only 65 miles an hour. 24 hours ago. So,
hey, David.
Yes.
Take a listen to what they just said on their discussion.
Okay. No, I want to. Can I read it? Can I please read it though?
Yep.
Like to everybody.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it because that way you don't spoil. Yeah. All right. Let's read this. Let's read the discussion because I got a little snippet preview ish. Says you might want to look at the discussion and this and that. So let's read it. So reports from NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Melissa is continuing to rapidly intensify. The Air Force aircraft reported flight level winds of 115 knots. That's what we just got, right? Confirming that. In the north eyewall of the 17 nautical mile wide eye at 700 millibars, along with a central pressure of 967 millibars. Based on these data, the initial intensity is being increased to 100 knots, making Melissa now a Category 3 major hurricane. The initial motion is now just south of due west. How? Dude, it's moving southwest, but I think they're counting that maybe it's a wobble. But yeah, it is just south of due west at 3 knots. A low to mid-level ridge to the north of Melissa should steer the hurricane generally westward at a slow forward speed during the next 36 hours or so. After that time, a deep layer mid-latitude trough moving through the southeastern United States will break the ridge, with Melissa expected to turn northward, then recurve into the mid-latitude southwesterly flow. The guidance is in fairly well clustered agreement during the first 3 days, with Melissa expected to pass over Jamaica in about 60 hours. and then be near or over eastern Cuba around 72 hours. Beyond 3 days, there is some spread in directional speed, but the overall guidance is in good agreement that Melissa should accelerate northeastward through portions of the Bahamas into the Atlantic. The new forecast track is a little to the south and west of the previous track, which I was thinking that's what was going to happen, because if it's moving further south, it would probably be nudged a little bit in that direction in the first place. Through 60 hours and similar to the previous track after that time. So it looks a little bit more like directly central Jamaica is going to get this. Now to the intensity forecast. Okay, this is where the meat is of all of it. Rapid intensification is expected to continue for the next at least 36 hours, and it is possible that during this time, Melissa could intensify even faster. Oh, hear this, Lava Command and Logan. Even faster.
That's what I was trying to tell you about.
Okay, so I'm going to highlight that or box it in pink, everybody. During this time, Melissa could intensify even faster than what is currently forecasted. So if this trend continues, and a big if it does, we could be seeing a system that gets past 160 miles an hour. The regional hurricane models show the cyclone peaking before it reaches Jamaica, and based on this new forecast, keeps a 48-hour peak intensity of 140. Afterwards, some intercore oscillations such as eyewall replacement cycles, which are hard to predict in intensity before Melissa makes its landfall in Jamaica. It should be noted, okay, I emphasize this in my discussion at the beginning of the stream. It should be noted that there is very little practical difference. I want to be very clear on that. And I'm telling you, who made this discussion? Bevan, really good guy that does this. And I would have probably worded the exact same way because I agree with him. It should be noted that there is very little practical difference in the overall impacts between, again, a high-end level Category 4 and a Category 5 landfall. No one should be focused on the exact intensity of this system once it makes landfall. It does not matter if it's a 160, a 150, a 155, a 165. It's not going to matter. The only time it would matter if it's a 195 or a 200 mile an hour system, a 200 at landfall, then that would be a much bigger difference. But plus or minus 5 or 10 miles an hour or 10, not going to do much. Melissa should weaken as it interacts with Jamaica and Cuba. Although it is still forecast to be a major hurricane when it nears Cuba, a faster weakening should occur after the passing of Cuba when the cyclone encounters strong shear over the southwestern Atlantic. This remains a very serious situation in terms of catastrophic rainfall, wind, and storm surge hazards for Jamaica, and preparations should be rushed to completion in the area currently under a hurricane warning. This is your last straw to get prepared before the things really get nasty. Okay, so and that's that, and we'll read the key messages in an infographic. But I wanted to show you the intensity here. Sorry if I sound a little nasally. Not feeling 100% full tonight. A little under it today with the weather. A little under the weather, but I'm doing all right on that. So the initial intensity, again, 115, but don't be surprised. We saw what 12 hours can do. I think 12 hours ago, Lava Command, we were at 65. Yeah, we were at 65
70.
because
Miles an hour?
it was 8 in the morning my time. So look at that. We went from 65 miles an hour 12 hours ago to now 115 miles an hour. So you can see that big jump, and I am not surprised. The way this is going, this could be a Category 4 before 12 Zulu right here. Okay. And then 24 hours, it's 145, which I think it could easily be a category 5 by that time. If the intensity rate like this, the trend upward this fast continues. But either way, it's not going to matter. Between the 24-hour mark and the time it makes landfall in Jamaica, it's not, intensity doesn't really matter because the rainfall with this system is the king of hell in earth flooding. That's what we're going to name it as. It is going to be the biggest impact of all time for Jamaica. All right, so let's look at our rainfall, see if those updated. Sometimes they do, and I think, no, it hasn't updated yet. So right here, oh man, that first key message. Oh, that first key message is even more serious than the last one. So you don't hear this very often from the National Hurricane Center for Jamaica. Seek shelter now. Seek shelter now. A multi-day period of damaging winds and heavy rainfall have begun and will cause catastrophic, life-threatening, and it's not really here in the discussion, but there could be the possibility of unsurvivable flooding, flash flooding in these areas. Okay. We are looking at extensive infrastructure damage, long duration power outages, communication outages, and those antennas could blow completely over. We could also see numerous landslides that are significant. Okay. I mean, I don't know how much more I could hype this up and I think I'm at the maximum level of hype that I can do at this point, because this is just as bad as it is physically possible for a system like this strong to make a hard beeline turn into Jamaica. It's like a bullseye target straight for Kingston, a very populated area. You know? So, oh man, I just cannot stress it enough. This.
Hey, Dave.
One more thing to mention. I know we talk about the Caribbean islands. Bermuda, and I'm curious if the National Hurricane Center does this later. I wouldn't be surprised if Bermuda gets a tropical storm force watch because of extratropical transition, maybe allowing it to grow bigger as it goes with the trough to the north.
Oh, that's a distinct possibility.
And look, Bermuda's already in it. Thursday, 8 a.m. Tropical storm force winds. We just saw on the graph. There you go.
Wait.
You just saw on the graph. Bermuda's at 5%.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So Bermuda has a risk of tropical storm force winds. How about that? So, okay, let's kind of run this down in layers. First,
hey, David.
Hold on. First in the lineup on a baseball field or on a football field is Jamaica. The second in the lineup is Cuba. The third in the lineup is the southeastern Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos, and then the last and final up to bat to hit a home run could be Bermuda. So we have these land areas that are now we're looking at Bermuda here now. Okay, a system that is doing this, drifting towards Jamaica. I mean, this is as many landfalls that you can probably get from a tropical system or a hurricane. I mean, Jamaica, Cuba, if it makes landfall on the Bahama Islands, that could be 2 or 3 landfalls because it crosses over the islands each. And then Bermuda. So we could be looking at 4 or 5 different landfalls with this system. Quite the incredible landfalling lover type storm here.
And it's so sad because we got besides Imelda doing tropical storm warnings and besides Barry's MCS that caused flooding in Texas, we were so close to having a good year, and this comes along. That is so unfortunate. But that's what the Caribbean can do. A good analog, by the way, for this season, real quick, is 1998. Because Melissa's kind of at the same period as Hurricane Mitch of 1998. And it's kind of had 14 storms. We're at 13 now.
Same area, too.
Oh
Yeah.
man, don't you
Besides
dare,
That's
more
what I was telling
east.
David about.
sorry to interrupt, don't you dare tell me that they're done flying into this system.
They need
Mission
rest and
14
food,
still.
David.
What?
They need
Mission
they
14.
likely go ahead, I'm sorry, Logan.
Mission 14 still appears to be in the storm, but Mission 13 is done.
No, they're flying out. They're flying. Oh wait, me. Oh, you know what? Hold on.
It still says planes in the storm for 14.
They
No,
might be doing the square to see how large the tropical storm wind field is for the next advisory, maybe.
Because no, look, like this other triangle is shorter. This one is. You know what? Actually, no, it is possible. Okay, no, maybe. Okay, they are gonna fly again. They have to. They no. They need to. They need to go in there
Also,
again.
the track now is just to the west of Kingston, so Kingston's gonna get the dirty side of this storm. And right now, if this cone shifts any further to the northeast, it's basically bullseye for Bermuda.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, Kingston's getting the dirty side of this storm.
Yeah. Look, all I'm gonna say is this is. I really didn't want this happening. I was hoping Rolenzo would be a hurricane, Jerry would RI become a hurricane and move on the trough, and we wouldn't have a Melissa. Because if Rolenzo would have been stronger, this wave that became Melissa would have been sheared to death.
How would that affect that though?
Because Rolenzo would have had stronger inflow and stronger shear, it would have made the wave much weaker on its axis.
Oh,
You know, it could have still developed though. That's not.
It
much
could
longer
have, but there was
beyond.
a better chance of it dying too if Rolenzo suddenly RI'd like it could have. But it didn't, and I guess that's a consequence of one storm failing. It affects another one's future. Sometimes that happens.
Oh, not
Okay.
even just that. The consequence of not having any storms in the Caribbean at all. So the ocean heat content is real insane because nothing's used it.
Okay, I want to.
Even
I just sorry to interrupt. Man, that eye is warm. That eye is much warmer than it was earlier. That and there's a lot of lightning going on in that eye wall now.
David, you want to say hi to the eye? I got a beautiful image. Look in the group.
Oh,
She has it popped out.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Also, one last thing too. Raw T numbers 7.5 on this. 7.5 on the Dovrik.
What?
Yes, look at my screen. 7.5 on the T numbers.
Oh my
Are
god.
you kidding me?
7.5. That is.
What is it for a category 5 to it's the same?
So 7.5 equates to 155 knot winds.
That's 180 miles an hour.
Oh, that's horrible. That's the Google's mind peak intensity. That's horrible.
Yeah, that's
That you're witnessing this. Now this is raw. This has to be adjusted and finalized, but man, what a crazy spike there.
Yep, and remember, we got another 36 hours of this, not considering eyewall replacement cycles.
not considering as well that it lasts longer.
Not only that, but the maximum potential intensity of the waters below it, and I've looked at it, and I don't think it's going to be that intensity, by the way. In theory, I heard something that those waters can hold a 200 knot storm at the deepest of the Caribbean over there.
Oh God.
So the
And in theory, if a storm was able to take advantage, in theory would be, which I don't expect, 230 miles an hour.
That's just insane.
That's how energetic your Caribbean is. The question is, does Melissa take advantage of it?
Probably not.
also
Not the whole thing, part of it, part of the meal.
Also someone
whole
just
thing.
No.
someone said in chat, what's the maximum the T numbers can go up to? And that's a 9. So 9 equates to 200 knot winds. So that's the
Oh my god.
that's the range. So it goes from a 1, which is the lowest at 25 knots, to the highest of a 9 on their graph here. And yeah, so that would go all. So their satellite intensity estimates range between, not right now, but what their quality is between 25 to 200 knots. So we, in theory, had a hyperbolic hurricane. You can get these up to, like, maybe typhoons can go all the way up to an 8, which is 170 knots, which would be really bad, which is very rare. The highest I have ever seen this was about a 7, which would be a T number of a 7, which would be about 140 knots. Actually, no, it was like a T 7.5, something like that.
Was it for Patricia in the East Pacific?
I think it was. I didn't keep track of it then, but I think it was like with Dorian.
Yeah, I will say this: just because the maximum potential is that high doesn't mean a storm will use. That doesn't mean a storm will use that whole amount of energy. But the fact that it can support 230 miles an hour in a hypothetical scenario with the current conditions tells you it can at least support a good intensity considering the core. 175 if it really wanted to before eyewall replacement cycle. If it keeps like this and doesn't have problems.
Yep. Also,
Would be the
honestly,
maximum intensity of this.
Also, lightning inside that eye wall has increased dramatically. We're now looking at about 25 to 30 lightning strikes per 5 minutes.
Yeah, someone said, I don't think it's going to be insanely strong because the eyewall replacement cycle might stop it. It depends on when it happens because the way the sheer direction is might delay her chances of an eyewall replacement cycle fully, and it might just make mergers to make her core stronger. We'll just have to see her evolution because eyewall replacement. Humberto, yeah, that happened right before Humberto went off. A merger.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it did.
It happened twice.
Milton before RI did a merger. I wonder if this would do a brief merger eventually and then go insane before a full one. That's a possibility.
Who knows? Yeah, but I will say with these type of situations with eyewall replacement cycles, the stronger these storms get, the more common. With how the eye is going to turn out after it completely clears out, the larger the eye, the less likely it'll go under an eyewall replacement cycle, because you typically have to see it start to shrink, like you did with Humberto and Aaron and Milton before it actually happens. Because what's actually happening, for the audience that doesn't know, the storm is becoming so unstable, it's basically creating another wind field around it to try and stabilize the storm. So it's cutting off circulation inside its own center where the strongest winds are in order to increase the wind speeds and stabilize the storm so it doesn't fall apart.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very curious. Because the wind flow and the conditions are so good. I wonder if it's going to try to do as much mergers as it can before doing a full one. That is a distinct possibility.
They're going back in again.
Yep. Yay! We love you, Recon. Secret Heroes of America.
Yeah.
By the way, that pressure fall in that one pass. Okay, let's see. Yes, 971 to 967. Hold on. 960, 971, 70, 69, 68, 67. That's 4 millibars in an hour. The pressure has dropped.
Wow, she's still continuing. By the way, the eye is 17 nautical miles. Is that good enough for a tight storm to where eyewall replacement cycle would not be as common? Because it's not a pinhole. It's a low medium.
That's a pretty decent sized eye actually for this kind of storm. I mean, let me actually pull up. I go to Zoom Earth to estimate the size of this storm, but I'm pretty sure for this size storm, 17 nautical miles is actually pretty big.
That's pretty big for a storm that wants the RI. But the conditions are so good that the size may not matter. That's the scary part about Caribbean waters.
Oh,
remember, Roma was huge and still did 185. Go ahead, David.
We have 2 models now that predict this to become a Category 5 on the latest 0Z initialized intensity model guidance on. So that's one more model. It was only the OFCL, which is the official NHC.
That's scary.
So now we have one more model that is on board, but I'm trying to figure
David?
out. Yes.
Please look carefully at what new models just happened. Those are scary. Do you see the limited lines labeled RI number?
Where is it at?
Where? What?
Look very carefully. You see RI 35, RI 30 at the Cat 4 little zone.
Oh, what? Yeah. What is that?
That tells me it's under rapid intensification, and the models have been 5 to 10 miles per hour behind already. I wonder if that's higher than what it should be.
Where are you guys seeing this rapid intensification
On
number?
the intensity guidance.
On NHCs or Recon?
No, tropical tidbits.
Tropical tidbits.
Ah, okay, let me take a look at this then.
That's a sign of RI. Every time I see those models a lot of the time, especially in a storm like this, that's a sign it's going to go berserk soon.
Oh, it already
Honestly,
is.
Historically.
Yeah, I might argue that it's actually doing an explosive intensification or an EI.
Extreme
Because-
RI possible, yes, I agree.
Explosive, actually.
Yep.
It's where a storm increases more than 58 miles an hour in 24 hours.
And
Thank you for
I
the
don't think-
$1 donation, Cosmo. I do appreciate that. If you guys are liking the live coverage here, nonstop on Major Hurricane Melissa. Now had to get my words straight there before spitting it out. If you like the coverage that you're seeing on Major Hurricane Melissa, please share this. We've got to get the word out. Let's do it. Say it, folks. Get the word out. Please share. Please share. Please share. Like. It really helps out because we are seeing history in front of us in real time. Every single minute, the satellite images update. We are seeing it happen right now at this very second. And so if you're liking what you're seeing, share, like, and subscribe. It does help out if you haven't been here before. And thank you.
By the
where
way,
exactly on-
this is really concerning, real quick. Just want to let you know, this has a Dirac of T5, 7.5, right?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Wilma's peak was 7.5. So it's comparing this by Dirac estimates to a Wilma, even though it's lower. That tells me it's seeing something in the structure.
That's the storm I've actually been really worried about because this is going the exact same direction Wilma did. At the moment, it's going to turn sooner than Wilma, but it's going the exact same area under warmer waters than Wilma, so I can understand what they're seeing.
I call it the rapid intensification corridor for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, new vertical hot tower blowing up on the northwestern side right now.
And also, where do you guys see on Tropical Tidbits that RI number?
I got you. Give me a second.
Let me just send it to you in the chat. Let me just send it to you here. You'll have to zoom in on it.
Oh, you sent it already. Oops. Thank you. That eye is so cleared up. It's doing double outflow. I can see a little bit of the ocean.
Oh no.
Ooh. By tomorrow, we'll see a decent. I think we'll see a little bit of a blue sphere.
Oh, so it's inside the intensity guidance.
Yes.
Okay. That's actually the first time I've seen that. I don't think I've ever seen
That's
Tropical
happened with
Tidbits
multiple
have-
storms. Milton, Aaron. I think Aaron briefly did it. It warmed that quickly. Yeah, the eye went from nothing to warming quickly in a hot second.
Yeah.
Water
look at
vapor is
that.
also confirming a very small area of complete clear.
Oh, boy.
Oh
And
my
remember, when the
gosh.
eye happens, it gets double outflow. So it's now getting more.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna see what they're saying so far. Oh, there's already flooding in the Dominican Republic. I'm watching it on TV right now. There's people rescuing animals from
Oh
shelters.
crap.
Yeah, this is Perivia, Dominican Republic. It's already flooded.
Logan,
Yeah.
you know why I'm very worried about this flooding besides the totals? Puerto Rico only had one ban the other day, and they had to do an emergency for a province. That's how much moisture's in this storm.
Oh, also, don't forget the fact that it's been dry all season in the Caribbean. So this sudden amount of rain on dry soil is just gonna cause
It's basically
mass amount of
Helene.
landslides.
This is just a
worse.
Helene in North Carolina because they had drought too.
I think I see Helene, but worse.
I hate that storm name. You said worse. Oh, poor Caribbean.
I know, it's more orographic, so it's gonna squeeze out more precipitation too. Especially Kingston, which is gonna so far in this model, or excuse me, in this track intensity guidance, it's on the dirty side of the storm.
I'm so scared of 00Z. I really
Yes.
the models are underdoing the intensity completely.
Oh, they are.
Oh, yeah,
Even
oh.
with the new data. But it considers eyewall replacement cycle on some models, so maybe it's a little stronger, but it still goes through that phase. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But a 165 peak is a good guess based off what's happening
Hey guys,
tonight.
listen to this. Listen to this. The Weather Nation on Roku channels predicting 30 to 40 inches of rain in Kingston.
Oh, one model predicted 65 inches on the mountain of Jamaica. You think that's bad?
No, that is bad. That's worse than Harvey. When
And I
Harvey
remember
brought
some
Harvey in.
models trying to predict 100 inches at
Oh
one
my
point.
god. Oh god. That's.
I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I hope it ain't.
I hope.
If
all you
it
can do is
beats
hope.
19, if it beats the 1909 November storm, I'm
I'm gonna go to sleep at that point.
That was 138 inches, by the way. I really hope it doesn't beat that.
Yeah, no, seriously, I really hope not.
No, likely not, because I wonder if it stalled or had a trough with it. I'm gonna do some data on that. Northwest Quadrant. Yeah, that was the earlier run.
Mm-hmm.
So all we gotta say is, you know what? Category 5 potential by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah,
Yeah. Unless she has a stable period again.
You know what helped this system rapidly intensify is not because the vertical wind shear actually decreased, but the fact that the mid-level vortex made a precession over the low-level center briefly, and that those hot towers rapidly exploded early on, helping to lock the vortex into place.
Yeah, I know. Another thing we were talking about, and I don't know if this will come into play, likely not while it's stacked now. Mountains at certain angles can help a vortex stack even more too.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt.
Not on the mountains, on an angle of the mountains, depending on what occurs in the terrain. So I'm curious if that will play a part in helping Melissa really get peak intensity. But honestly, the category doesn't matter because the winds will also be decently. They'll either be funneled by the mountains or some places might get a lot less because the mountains do their own currents and stuff. The biggest threat is life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides on the coast, especially in Kingston Bay and some of the coast of Cuba. The storm surge, especially after the eyewall replacement cycle. So please be aware of that.
Oh man,
I think one of the saving graces we can get for this storm is if the trough comes in sooner or the storm slows down enough just before landfall to where the trough catches up so it can just absorb the system and bring it through and have it move fast to landfall so it's not sitting over the region for any longer.
Oh
That's
my.
the only thing I could see saving
That's
it.
the only saving grace. But even then, the trough would do an explosive outflow for a moment and allow more rainfall, so it balances out the speed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is.
You may want to look at the infrared satellite imagery. You do not want to see. Oh man, serious warming has taken place.
Yep,
Serious
and eye
warming.
is getting mature. The eye is mature.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
this.
David.
What?
I am getting a tropical cyclone center temperature of -37 degrees Celsius.
I am getting one of -24 on the mesoscale too.
Oh, I'm on the Cyclone WX website right now.
I'm on the mesoscale 2.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just been on here because I've been keeping them.
-46. I'm getting -46.
I'm getting the latest. It's 24. -24. I can show it real quick if you want me to. I can put a screenshot.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Mhm.
That is so bad.
Oh, people are saying 24 too on the other chats, so I know I'm not. My eyes ain't deceiving me.
Oh yeah, that's up to date.
Yeah, I got up to date. Yep.
Yeah. Oh my.
23.9. 23.57.
I'm not seeing that.
Oh.
Is it not updating?
You're not updated. Neither was I.
Yeah, it's not updating for me yet.
I got a screenshot in here saying -24.49 degrees Celsius from.
Here, I
Lava
actually got an idea here. Give me 1 second. There we go. I'm sharing my screen of the updated temperatures. Actually, I want to put that up real quick.
Oh,
I
you're
refresh it
looking
every
at
so often to make-
you're looking at I'm looking at water vapor. No wonder why. No wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not going to be
23.8.
Oh man.
You know what? I got a better idea. I want to compare water vapor to infrared. See the difference, actually. That would be pretty cool. Where is... Hi, Melissa. You're
Yeah,
sad.
23.08 now.
Oh, I wish the mesoscale sector had this water vapor. I got to show y'all this one. This will
Also,
be a better one to do.
also really
at that.
quickly, yeah, I'll look at it in just a second. Let's keep this in mind, though, that the halves A does not have that eye simulated at all. Halves A and halves B do not show that eye whatsoever.
So it's likely going to be a bit stronger than what they want.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
it
only
doesn't-
mildly concerning.
It is.
That's really concerning.
And the 18Z shows that the center is located at this present time at 17.2 degrees north in latitude.
21, -21, 97 degrees Celsius.
You're kidding.
No. It just
Yep,
it keeps
negative,
rapidly going down.
Yep, -20. Yep, -21.97. Yep, it's warming even further. Golly.
Wow, it is. I like I told everybody, the models are delayed, and we're seeing this right now.
Look at the whirlpool. Look at the whirlpool effects starting to show up too. The gravity waves around it.
I'm gonna be so honest. A good peak right now would be 165.
Without a doubt.
I see it actually getting stronger.
And I remember David and I were talking about the potential effects that Jamaica can have on the strength, because we were thinking between 150 and 160, and I kept my 160. It looks like this storm wants to do what I thought it was going to do with the ridge building. So,
Yeah.
very impressive.
I mean, even that outflow on the western end of the storm, that's actually been saving the storm from being torn apart from
That's
dry
a
air.
shield from the dry air. Yeah, I'm about to say.
You
Yes,
were about to say the
actually.
exact same thing.
Yes, I was, because I've noticed that dry air was the one thing I've always watched with the storm, especially with the wind direction at the beginning of its life.
It's just shielded itself.
-20, Negative 20.
Oh no, they're gonna 20 negative 2074. He's right. I thought I had to update.
Oh,
Wow, that really has fallen, man. In 10 minutes.
that'd be risen.
Look, I'm gonna say
No,
this.
fallen.
This
I
is
meant
just
risen. Well, warming as
Yeah.
in risen, but
Yeah.
falling like in.
Yep. Pressure.
and then it's falling in the negative numbers towards the positive on the data.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One more thing I just want to mention. If you look at that northeastern side really carefully, it just curls up like you in a blanket. It's like if someone's curling the blanket towards them. It's just wrapping that eye.
Yeah, I see that. Absolutely see what you're talking about on that. Wow.
Yeah.
Dave, look at this.
Hey,
This.
it's showing the 9 shape. It's showing the 9 shape when they're rapid intensification storms. That's the 9 number of sideways.
Oh, God.
Yep. Some
I've
people
always
call it
called-
Matthew's skull.
I just always called it the skull because it looks like a
Yeah.
skull
And
that's smiling
also-
back at you.
And also, look how symmetrical the CDO around that eye is. Very symmetrical.
I think it's going to have one more stable period, briefly let it out a little more, and then do another RI.
No,
It
it's
may be
not.
a little
It's
too
not.
small.
It's not.
No, I think it's ready for more.
I don't
It's ready?
think
It's
ready
it's
for
not
more.
going to stable.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm thinking tomorrow maybe it'll do like a brief stable and then go full peak. Maybe.
No, I think it keeps going.
Maybe. It could either do that or keep going, yeah. Or a small merger like we talked about.
We're at negative
Would you-
18 Celsius. Negative 18.2 Celsius.
Oh my god, you are really warming, Melissa. Oh no.
You know what that means?
Look at
That
those
pressure-
white bands, by the way.
You know, the faster this thing clears out, the faster the pressure's gonna drop, right?
And the more outflow and the more it's able to breathe.
Yeah, this thing has probably dropped a few millibars in the past hour.
Yeah. Also showed the water vapor from the imagery I like. It's not on the mesoscale, unfortunately, but it is a beautiful water vapor. I wish
Oh,
we
yeah.
had on here.
I hate hyping things up. I would not be dare surprised if this is a category 4 or very close to it. Oh,
I wouldn't
man.
be. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, there's a tornado warning near Texas. Of course, my Melissa's going off. I'm gonna look at that real quick myself.
Yeah, I'm just curious what they're gonna find for central pressure now.
It's going to be, I bet you it's going to be like 950 something.
Yes,
Yeah,
there is a
I'm-
confirmed tornado warning west near Beatmont.
Okay, let's actually take a look at that tornado warning very briefly because, of course, people's lives are at stake with anything at this point. So let's take a brief pause at the tropics and look at this. Then we'll get right back into it. So
It looks like a QLCS rotation because it's on the bottom line of a unorganized MCS complex that was moving through today.
radar indicated rotation. So yeah, there is a little bit of rotation on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an outflow. It's really strong though. So yeah, if you are downstream of this, again, on the state line of Louisiana and Texas, please take shelter. Deweyville, please take shelter. Strong winds and a tornado is possible with that. Okay, let's get back to the tropics.
I can actually look at that on radar scope and actually see how crazy that rotation couplet could be.
It's really good on the outflow, and I wonder if we'll be able to do a QLCS move like a little kink and allow some vorticity in front. It's pretty good outflow-wise, though.
Yeah. I'm just curious on that pressure in that storm. I'm really curious
Well,
on where that's
I
going
want
to
to introduce a new term, and I'm sure this is going to spread around the weather community like crazy. Patty cake, baker's man. How fast can you intensify? That basically what I'm saying here is it's like a patty cake. And I even told my grandma about this, that there's this such thing that I made up. It's called patty cake, and it relates to the CDO. It looks like a patty cake, And when you get that patty cake structure, that's how you know the storm is rapidly, explosively intensifying.
There are two very good analogies for hurricanes. There are two I love to use. The number one is the breathing one. It's like someone with no asthma versus asthma.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's kind of like the storm is ventilating. It's like its center core is its lungs. And when you get like a wind shear disturbance or dry air going in a way it coughs it out.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets disturbed. And another way, like David said, a baking analogy is really good when the tropical cyclone is able to get itself together and use all the ingredients like a recipe. So those are two very good analogies.
Actually, I see it like you have a rope on a box, and you're spinning it faster and faster, and then you're releasing that box, and then you bring your hands inward like in figure skater, and then you go faster.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
eye has actually.
Yeah, so the eye, it has cooled a teeny bit, but probably because of that convective burst. But at bare minimum, it was as low as 17.3.
Ooh, that is.
What's
I
that?
want to see the visible. Hold on. Someone said there's you can peek the ocean a tiny bit. I want to see if that's true.
I saw a little bit of that on infrared, I think, but I'm looking at green blue.
I want to see it. Let me see. Also, I'm gonna get an update. What I normally do is in these advisories here.
Mm-hmm.
I know the correlation is not times 10,000, but when you're considering 3-hour advisories with a warning, I just divide it by 2 for correct data. So if people want to do that, they can do that too.
Yeah, guys, they were not wrong. You can see a little bit. That could also be the shadow of the ion saddle. That does look like it's going through to the water.
Oh my god, it looks so clear.
Where are you seeing this?
Wow.
Visible. David, look at the red, green, blue visible I showed you yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm
look
seeing.
Look at that at the end. Just look right at the end. Last frame. Last frame.
The last frame, you can sort of start telling. Yes.
Yeah.
What are we looking for? What are we looking for here?
How clear the eye is.
Oh yeah, it does get clear. Yes. Wow. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Let me see if Noah's back. Let me see if Noah's back up with the mesoscale. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you, you amazing satellite?
Yeah, this is the RGB satellite. Yes.
The aircraft's probably going to go for one more pass in the center because it's actually started to clear out.
I like looking at lower water vapor, by the way.
It's just timed. It's just timed, Noah. They typically do 5 passes through the center.
Yeah, there's been 3 on mission 14 so far.
Yeah, there have been 3 passes. They have 2 more to do because they have to work. They have to do the southern quadrant. Actually, that'll be 4. They might go in for 1 more and then turn back and exit the mission. I don't know. Maybe they'll just do 1 more. Yeah, I think they'll just do 1 more pass. Maybe 5.
There's a lightning outbreak in the eyewall. It briefly went absolutely insane. It lowered a little bit, but the whole eyewall is starting flashing. It's a lightning outbreak in the eyewall.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
And I'm looking at the meso sector, by the way, on Ghost. It loaded again.
Yeah, it peaked.
You can see lightning on this?
Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It peaked at about almost 100 flashes in 5 minutes.
Oh my.
For a hurricane, that's a lot because tropical systems technically don't really get a lot of lightning unless there's dry air nearby or the thunderstorms are that intense.
Okay, there's a lightning outbreak inside this eye. There's a lightning outbreak.
Yep. That is a rapid intensification. I don't know if it's new tornado. Why is there a new tornado warning? It's for the northern circulation. There's 2 next to each other. I'm sorry for interrupting that. There's 2 QLCS rotations next to each other. Yep, they're warning for both. There are 2.
Man.
East of Beaumont. It's that same little complex area.
Oh man.
So
this This storm is moving south. It's literally located almost at the 16-degree north latitude where it started off at 17 degrees earlier.
Yes.
David,
Yeah, I can see that.
That really
David,
nosedived.
would you like to really quick show there are 2 tornado warnings next to each other, both from what we looked at earlier. They just did a new one. And one of them is sort of trying to hook a little bit too, like the QFCS classic little signature. If you want to look at that real quick.
I don't want to, because I have to switch to a radar and everything. But I do see that, yes.
I do. I have WeatherWise on here, so I'm looking at it too.
There's 2 tornado warnings.
Yep. So if you are those tornado warnings, go ahead.
Before you go back, where on here can I see on the GOES 19 the lightning strikes? Is it on Cyclone WX?
Let me send you the link.
Okay.
There.
Real quick, Tiffany, there is a northern rotation and a southern rotation.
Oh, I see.
In the and there on the Alpha area, there are 2 separate ones next to each other. But that might be an extension for the whole part of the line too. It could be both, actually. Yeah. Someone said, I really think this is going 180 miles an hour. Considering Google Mine had the best intensity that earlier and the way it's strengthening now, 180 is not a horrible guess for peak if eyewall replacement cycle doesn't happen. That's not a terrible, considering what the models are delayed. Might be.
Actually, I think 180 eyewall replacement cycle is going to be what happens. I think it's going to repeat Milton.
Really? You think it's a core, but it's going to be a core, not the maximum potential. Milton's what's maximum potential issue.
Mm-hmm.
This one seems more like a core eyewall replacement then. Because that water route there, in theory, in a hypothetical, could do 230 miles an hour. But it's not going to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm like, if it does an eyewall replacement cycle, it will probably peak at 180 and then do an eyewall replacement cycle. If it doesn't do an eyewall replacement cycle, I could see this breaking records.
Oh, I don't like to hear that, especially next to Jamaica.
I don't like. Yeah, no, just saying that, it's like everything it's like hearts dropped.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, no, this is. I hate sounding like I'm overhyping it, but with a system like this and where it's located, and considering storms in this region, you got Mitch, Allen, that's another good one, Wilma.
Actually, Wilma and Mitch are 2 perfect ones because it was on the all right corridor in October to November.
Yeah, Mitch was actually October 22nd to November 5th. Exact same time frame.
And it's an M storm. That's so creepy.
Oh yeah, it's been a weird curse that's starting to overtake the eyes. Mitch, Matthew, Maria.
I call the M storm. Yep, I call the M storm naming the curse of the Caribbean, while the I is the overall curse.
Well, Maria wasn't just the Caribbean, and Michael and Milton were the Gulf. I would say Western Atlantic.
Western Atlantic curse. I is more of the Cape Verdes. It feels like.
I is as a whole, M is a.
Excuse me, I'm slurping on something. Delicious movie.
Yeah. But,
alright, I'm gonna check this real quick. Velocity, what are you seeing? A little bit less of a hook signature, still a bunch of alpha. Yeah, it's punching through a little more on the southern side. The northern side is hooking a little bit.
Someone said the GFS is out. I don't care about the GFS at this point. The GFS
GFS has been horrible.
The GFS is not going to show a category 4, category 2 at all.
The problem with the GFS is it didn't show the Caribbean graveyard, number 1, and 2, it didn't. And that's what a lot of models didn't show, by the way, was the Caribbean graveyard moment where you have the winds around Haiti, north of Venezuela, it's a shear area. So basically, it could shear storms to death. The fact that Melissa was even born in that area is amazing because the wave was so mature and its axle tilt that it was able to do that and survive all deep matches.
Yeah.
It's incredible stuff.
Also,
it also helps that the waters in the Gulf are so warm, so that gradient between the land and the water isn't as steep, so there isn't as much of a gradient to create as strong of a wind maximum of this year. So that's also helped keep this storm alive.
Yes.
now to change things up here on the GFS model, it wants the system to reach Jamaica with a maximum wind of 110 miles an hour.
It's a global model. Consider that.
Yeah.
That's now.
Go a little bit in the future. I kind of like its track a little bit. Let me see it.
The GFS is better with the long range model instead of close range.
Actually, it goes towards central Jamaica. It doesn't do the southwestern side because of a little bit of a trough biased, but it's in the general area of landfall potentially. It's not horrible, actually.
It's just underestimating the intensity.
Yeah, but global models do that all the time. The Euro decided, you know what, rapidification ain't happening no more as it's doing it. It's Euro. I'm curious to see if they'll go 125 at 2 a.m. based off the sudden amazing appearance of this.
I think they would go 130 if anything.
Really? Okay.
I'm pretty sure they would round that up. It's either 125 or 135 that doesn't exist in not conversion.
So they would go 130. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see for that center pass. I'm waiting for the next central pass. Because that's going to tell you everything. In fact, I might be able to try and calculate the current intensity based off what I'm seeing here in a second, but
the National Hurricane Center apparently has a Category 1 heading towards Bermuda. So yeah, at least a tropical storm near Bermuda. There might be some tropical storm watches later in its evolution. We'll see, though. Remember, this is also considering that the NHC forecast is a little under because of the unknowns and fluctuations, but they say it could easily be more than 160. So we do have to consider that before we say Bermuda ain't going to get a tropical storm watch, at least.
I mean, yeah, they said in their discussion that this storm could get stronger.
Yes.
They said it themselves. That just tells you don't know what you're going to expect with this storm.
Yeah, this storm is moving southwest. I feel like it's ridge pumping the more it gets stronger, and there's a lot of more southern movement.
Yeah. That's going to affect its track, I believe, now, because it's further south.
You know what? It so reminds me, so many storms that rapidly intensify history have moved somewhat southwest. Aaron did it. Gabrielle didn't because of the trough. That's the exception. Humberto did it. There's past examples. Go ahead.
You guys want to know why that's the case? Sorry. You know how low pressure rises and high pressure sinks?
Yes.
When low pressure rises, the higher pressure has to sink even further to accommodate that increase in rising motion. It's circulation. And then when the high pressure sinks further, it pushes that storm further south. Remember, David, with Aaron, how it said that the high pressure was strengthening, Aaron was strengthening the high pressure and actually pushing the storm further south?
Yes.
That confirms my theory.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Yes, it's a basic concept of rising and sinking motion in the atmosphere.
And David and I were talking about that well into the few days ahead before the storm did this too. So we were on the right track. I didn't expect it to just go west to go north. That didn't make sense with physics.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Yes. It's amazing what nature can do. Unfortunately, it's in the wrong spot, though. Let me see. Checking these. No more. One tornado warning expires in 9 minutes. Another one expires in 27. Okay.
Okay, they're about to get into the next. They're about to get into the next center again. Yep, there they go. They're going in.
That is amazing. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but Caribbean storms in late October just have a certain violence to them outside of the hurricane season normality.
Yeah, the omen.
Yeah, it's basically, that's why we always do one extra major hurricane and a name in a year, because you never know.
Oh yeah.
Combined with some tropicals and frontals, yeah, sometimes I thought it was going to be 15 storms this year, considering the, David, what's that area you call your Africa again? That controls tropical waves? No, not that one. The
ITCZ.
Yes. Normally, they allow more subtropical development when it's a little bit northward.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if November will get one or two more because of that.
Yeah, I actually went a little high on my forecast because I wasn't anticipating such dry air and troughing action over this season. I actually originally went for 19 storms.
I actually expected it because my theory, David and I had a theory, one of the East, mostly David, but I caught onto it. The East Pacific, the East Central Pacific's warmer waters than normal was causing a bit more troughing. And then there was no lapse rates because I feel like the subtropical waters were so warm that it was capping the atmosphere combined with the dry air. There was the dry air was below average this year. So that tells me it was more of a temperature difference in the Atlantic. Because Cape Verde was most of the year actually below average in sea surface temperature in the main development region. So yeah, this season's been a very interesting. It's either been the most mesoscale forecast or an intense forecast. It's been either two this year. So, and if this fits 1998, I really wonder if we'll get one or two from the subtropics if we're getting a Caribbean in October.
You know, this season's actually been eerily similar to last season.
That too. Except different areas.
Yes,
there's a few different patterns.
Different reasons. Yes.
I
saw it being, M-name storms are both looking at catastrophes. Our I-name storms formed at the exact same time, I think. It was either I or H that formed at the exact same time. What else is there? Basically,
the only difference was the ITZZ being a bit north. In 2024, I think it was a little more south.
No, 2024, the ITZZ was very far north.
Really?
Yeah.
Then why was this season so... It has to be the subtropical ridge of water, different temperatures. It gotta be that contrast.
Well, the other part of that, too, is that 2024, the water temperatures were even warmer, so that could be the case. But I remember looking back at one of David's videos from last year, the ITCZ, he wanted it to be around 18 degrees, so it was closer to like 21 degrees north.
Yeah.
Something like that. 18 degrees, and wanted it even further south, but it was really far north.
Yeah, David, I can tell that storm is really trying to wrap up again.
Yeah, and look at all the lightning in the CDO. Like they're evenly being distributed. There's lightning literally surrounding the eye in itself.
Wow, there's a lightning outbreak on the eastern bands also. I wonder if those are a little tornadic, considering her SRH right now. I'm so curious.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
The eye has really cooled, though.
It might be just its cycle.
It's negative 50 again.
I think it's the cold cloud tops combined with her shrinking of the eye and her cycles. Tropical cycles.
It's probably gonna oscillate a little bit as it tries to accommodate for that change in structure.
Yes.
Mhm.
Tornado warning. Did they do a new one for an hour? No, this one's 19 minutes. This one's 4 minutes. Okay. New severe for
Man, that outflow channel, dude. I'm telling you, that outflow channel. That is really expansive.
This feels like a West Pacific situation.
It really does.
Yes, it does.
Why does everything have to happen at night? We got a Cat 5 and then tornado warnings in Louisiana. No.
Yeah, no, that's. Oh man.
I'm really curious though, because there is one thing that might be. See, this is where it balances. This storm is basically pick your poison. Did you want a stronger storm with the moisture a little more compact? Or did you want a weaker storm and the moisture's everywhere?
Oh, man.
This is legit a pick your poison for the Caribbean, and that's so unfortunate right now. Shoot.
By the way, if you all are new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button, share this video with or live stream with their family and friends on social media, because we will be live here until that next pass through the center. They are on their way. We'll get that in about 15 to 30 minutes or so. That's when they'll make their next pass into the center, and we will see if that pressure has continued to fall rapidly.
It might have, because it keeps moving southwest. That's so interesting.
Yeah, I just did a velocity calculation. I'm not exactly sure because this is my first time doing this. I've gotten a velocity of just under 3.
Interesting.
With taking into account like a change in radius and change in pressure from the outside to the inside.
The northeast eyewall is very intense on the Jamaican radar, by the way. Interesting. Mesovorts and contractions are causing some problems. Yeah, because she's adjusting to her new situation. Yep, that's the classic cycle.
What? What is it?
Her vortexes and her contracting her eye a little bit. It looks like it's causing Melissa to briefly stabilize a tiny bit, and then she's gonna go back to IR once she gets a little bit under control. So like what I said, RI stable, RI stable. Or she's likely gonna keep doing that, considering she has to keep expanding her CDO and new vertical hot towers are likely aligned soon.
There are vertical hot towers. We're at negative 90 degrees Celsius.
Again, okay.
Wow.
So yeah, they're definitely coming back to help the storm out. I do feel like she's going to stabilize for maybe an hour again, considering she just suddenly got a new structure like that. So,
yeah, the cloud top, the center temperature has really cooled again.
Yeah, so she's likely stabilizing. That makes perfect sense.
You know,
and her lightning went down a little bit too. That really makes sense, actually.
Yeah, her pressure is probably down about 3 millibars. Because I think what I just did here was I calculated the change in pressure over the past confirmed pressure, which is 966 millibars. So we're probably around 963 millibars. What?
They're canceling. They're not flying in. They're turning around.
What? Why?
It might be a fuel issue. Most likely, it's either fuel or they're very tired and they need to go rest.
No.
And considering she might be going for a stable process again, it might be the best time to schedule a new recon to go in.
Yeah, next recon's in 4 hours.
Right when she RIs again. Yeah, that will likely not miss much of a drop by the time she does that. Even if we do, we'll catch up really quickly.
Wait, where do you see that?
I can let him answer that.
Yeah.
4 hours. Okay, yeah, NOAA will be in there in 4 hours.
Man, they've done so
Yeah.
much work today. They deserve a rest. Thank you. We're so
Yeah.
lucky to
Yeah.
have y'all.
Mhm.
And they're working overtime
know.
with a government shutdown too.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
no, seriously.
Man, I know people are going to be a little bit mad at the NA and the hurricane hunters, but they're human too. They need to eat, they need to sleep, they need to get some rest, they need new personnel. And considering they may not be getting paid, we are so lucky to have them.
Oh, they're getting paid.
Yeah, they can't not get paid. That'd be illegal.
Oh, they still get. I didn't know that because the government shutdown. I actually did not know that. Okay, thank you. They deserve it.
They legally cannot do that.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to get paid for your work. You have to.
Yes, but I'm so happy that we have them. Superheroes of America.
Yeah,
My
lightning density is dropping in this eye.
I think she's doing you see her CDO sort of expanding too? I think she's doing the stable period. Yep. Here we go. So she's just doing the cycles.
Mm-hmm.
We'll likely see another lightning outbreak with maybe a Cat 4 tomorrow, if not high end 3 to 4.
Yeah, I'm curious with what they're gonna go for in the intermediate advisory now.
Likely 125, if not staying 115.
I wonder if it's being tilted more. Because there's no way that eye is moving southward.
No, that's from the ridge. That's not from tilt.
I mean, that
And
made
you can see the new vertical hot tower. Oh, her eye briefly twitched to the east, actually, with that new burst. Very briefly.
I don't see the new burst.
You kind of see it wrapping around as that northwest CDO gets expanded.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Yes.
So most likely she's going through a sustaining phase. Her CDO is going up about a little bit. Thank you, Recon. Get some good rest.
Yes, thank you.
But this is already a bad situation for the day. So the intensity potentially should. I'm going to calculate 165. I'm going to calculate 165 as peak due to what she did tonight. But also considering stable periods and the eyewall replacement cycle.
I mean, I think too, the more stable period she does, less likely she's going to go through an eyewall replacement cycle.
That is true. She's taking her time like a storm who would just rush.
The more this one takes its time and the longer it takes for it to get going, the stronger it's likely going to get.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wilma had that same effect. Wilma had the problems Melissa had, and it took its time.
Off.
Yes.
It went off.
Dorian took its time.
About. Yeah, and then it went off.
Exactly.
Aaron took its time as well.
Okay, the Aaron was different. It was forced to take its time.
Yeah, no, it was forced, but still, it took its time regardless.
Yes.
Dang, that CDO is very, very symmetrical, though. Very symmetrical.
Yep. It's improving itself again.
Yeah, it probably won't take long, and then it's probably going to go back into
RI phase.
Intensification. Yeah. And it's probably going to go back once that CDO becomes perfectly symmetrical.
Man, we need our 0Z model so bad.
The model's likely underestimated, though. Especially with the RI showing on there.
No, I mean our hurricane models.
Oh, yeah, I know. But they're likely going to underdo it a little bit. They normally come out around midnight my time. I got a small headache and I feel tired. I don't think it'll last much longer. I'll last as long as I can.
Yeah, let's see what they're saying with Melissa on Weather Nation.
There might be... this is unconfirmed, but weather fatalities is normally very good At this, there's at least 5 people lost and 1 missing already from Melissa.
Jeez
Our
Louise.
new microwave imagery coming out just now, I believe. That is a terrifying image.
Oh wait, we got a new image.
Microwave. Go on the group
Oh,
chat.
no.
That is a terrifying image. I hate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at that in a second.
She went from 0 to 100 in 12 hours.
Okay,
Mhm.
Look at the group chat. It's a terrifying pinhole. That's all you see.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Man,
there-
she looks like a Beyblade. The whole
Oh.
circle.
That's what we just
That's
got.
symmetrical.
That is very
That
symmetrical.
is symmetrical.
It's also
Um,
small, but no eyewall replacement cycle.
Well, the whole entire system itself is all small. Not just
Yeah,
the
but-
eye. The eye
Yeah.
is big for that size.
It is. So this storm is a very healthy. It's a very healthy state.
Mhm.
Very much healthy.
Misfortune Melissa is really trying to really become a monster Melissa.
Yeah, there's the eye. So what you guys are looking at is this ring. This is the thunderstorm activity. Lots of lightning, strong winds, that sort of thing going around this eye. And then there's, of course, a huge convective, lots of convective banding happening over here, bringing lots of heavy rain and flooding. Man, my pin is not really behaving tonight. But yeah, that's what we're seeing on the microwave pass, a indication that the system is still getting better organized with that eyewall that has really developed.
Yeah, hey David. I'm not sure if this is still worth noting or not, but the ADT is still showing 7.4 for the raw T value,
Oh yeah,
and
I
it's
know.
showing an adjusted 4.9.
Yeah, it's going up. It is, yep, 7.5. No, it went up. 7.5 on the raw T value.
I have 7.4. Let me bring that back in again and see if that's different. But this is. I might have lost words. Oh, yep. Oh, the adjusted went up to 5.5.
Yep, I know it
yeah,
did.
interesting.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that really intensified, even on the satellite.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're most likely going to go off of for the advisory. 5. Let's see. 5.5 is. Oh. Yeah, no, that's normal. 5.5 is 102 knots.
Yep, so this is intensifying still, definitely.
Mhm.
It's in a small
Yeah.
stabilizing, and then it's gonna alright again, but it is still intensifying.
Yeah.
Actually, I
That
think
core-
it's slowed down. I think the system might have slowed down a little bit.
No, it's
Like
stalled
rep-
again, Melissa. Stop.
It might have
stalled?
stalled. I think it's stalling.
Are you
Lightning
kidding me?
briefly. It stabilized. Lightning briefly stopped and came back a little bit, completely, and then it came
are
back
you
a little
kidding?
bit. Yep,
But
she's doing the
you think
cycles.
She stalled.
Wow. She might be briefly. You know what? That might be the start of the turn to the west slowly. We'll see.
Oh man.
Yeah, this storm is
Oh.
very, very
Catastrophic.
This storm is Rick-rolling the models, unfortunately, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's doing the opposite of 91L.
A 91L overperformed because the climate prediction said only to the 20 and AC to the 80.
Mm,
Ooh, that's
It's doing the
hilarious. I still find that.
yeah,
I still find that funny. I don't know why I do.
yeah, it's doing the reverse 91L, the anti-91.
All right, the center temperature is warming up again.
Yeah, she was in this brief stable period. It's also confirmed by the lightning briefly stopping on the satellite before coming back when the Ghost 16 lightning flash.
Yep.
So it's coordinated very well.
Yeah.
No,
Melissa, how?
guess what? They're turning back in. They're headed back in.
What?
go.
Recon!
Yep, they're going back in.
Oh, they're doing one last dive.
They're
Because
going back in.
you know what probably happened? They thought this thing was going to stabilize, and they saw that it was only brief, so they're probably going back in to check and see it.
Man, bless the men and women in that plane.
You know what,
Bless
though?
their
Look at their
souls.
flight pattern, though. I wonder if there was maybe
Just
like
mesovortices,
no.
clearly.
I wonder if there was a rescue or something, or a potential water rescue, because the way they were flying, they were doing something.
Mhm.
Interesting. Do they do you know what it might have been?
What?
You have to consider Air Force is not allowed Cuban airspace, and they might have accidentally got a little bit too close. If you see their position.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Which, in this case, I think Cuba would 100% forgive, given that there's a hurricane about to batter them. But, yeah, I think it was just a security check by Cuba. I don't think it was nothing wrong. Okay, that's fine. Ooh.
Man, oh
She's
man.
expanding her CDO a little bit more. Yes, she is. She did her stabilizing.
And
She's growing a little bit.
And she's still rapidly intensifying at the same time.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, that center temperature is falling. That center temperature falling as in warming. That's
Yes. How much is this Ghost 16 lightning? It's about 5 minutes. It's a bit slower than these, but this doesn't have a flash on cyclone, so unfortunate. And this storm is just.
I am genuinely curious what they're gonna find.
I'm very curious if they time it well in between the mesovortices to get a complete eye pass before they leave. Also,
Yeah.
that could be another reason for delay too. Maybe a correlated because they don't want to get hit by the mesovortices. You don't want to get hit by that. And I know this is likely not happening, but I wonder if the convection has been so wild that the upper level tiny bit of hail. Likely not in the Caribbean, but I'm curious. Because I remember during Hurricane Harvey, it was so rapid that they had hail hit their plane.
Oh wow.
man.
So these storm cloud tops could be really big.
Dude, if you look at my imagery, there's literally a pinhole eye on that. That eye is very, very small. At least a mile or two in diameter.
What?
Look,
no.
Look at the lightning flash. Look at the lightning flash density.
No.
Wow. Did this seriously suddenly get a tighter... Uh-oh.
Like, you can tell right here. So here's a darker shade of like on the cloud cover. But then there's this little dot. It's like a little dot there.
Hey, we got some breaking news.
What?
Real quick, I know we're focusing on Melissa. New tornado watch. For parts of the Gulf. Can I read this real quick, just for anybody over there to be informed? I'm looking on COD, so you might not see it instantly on the SPC website, by the way. May I read it, David? If he's there.
Hold on. I'm here. Okay. You know what Fire Ant just said on Discord relating to this system? You need to see this. If this gets too close to Jamaica before landfall, it might weaken a little. That's coming from Jim Cantori because of cooler waters.
No, it would most likely be from the. It would be from the shear of the trough, but it would weaken anyway because of eyewall replacement cycle and land. It does sustain a bit because of the outflow of the trough, but again, models can downplay the effects of eyewall replacement cycles on systems. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
But I mean, is there cooler water over there in between Jamaica and Cuba? Likely not. It hasn't been touched all year.
Oh.
But it would likely weaken from colder waters closer to Bermuda, though.
Yeah, to Bermuda, yes, considering that we've had 3 storms go through that same exact area. You had Humberto, Aaron, Gabrielle. I mean, you can even argue Imelda, too.
Yeah. Hey, David, may I read the tornado watch real quick on COD?
Sure.
This is SPC related. Urgent immediate broadcast requested. Tornado watch number 632 has been issued at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time until 6 a.m. The primary threats include a couple of tornadoes possible, scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour potential, and large hail events up to 1 inch of diameter for southern Louisiana, southwest Mississippi, and the coastal waters. A cluster of thunderstorms, the unorganized MCS, will track eastward across southern Louisiana and into southwest Mississippi overnight. Winds aloft for forecast to strengthen, posing a risk of a few embedded supercell storms capable of damaging winds and a few tornadoes. The watch area is approximately along at 50 miles west, north, and south of a line from 30 miles west-northwest of Lake Charles to 85 miles east-northeast of Lafayette, Louisiana. For complete description of the watch, to see Associate Watch Outline Update. Remember, a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. Remember to get updates and listen to your National Weather Service. Please have your NOAA weather radios intact just in case you get a warning and need to go to the basement or in the middle of your house. That's all. Yeah, 2 new tornado watches issued, though.
Okay, let's see with what this radar is showing.
It's a low watch, but you never know with some of these, with a low-level jet.
The eye has stalled. I am seeing it on radar, on the Jamaican radar.
Okay.
I want to look at this a little.
This is...
Yeah,
Is that a high wind warning, too?
Does not like to work on that page for some reason.
Or is that? No, that's a tornado watch. This looks different on land. Okay, didn't know that. Okay, so SPC. Okay, let me see if I can get the graphic up real quick. Let me see. Is it up? Yes, it's up. Give me a second.
Yeah,
There we go, David.
Yeah, there's the latest
Just in case
radar.
viewers want to see it real fast, I put it on the group chat.
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, so this is a very intense eye wall. The eye is actually pretty big, so it's not pinhole. So that's probably just because of cloud filaments. Dang, that center temperature is really warming again.
Yep, it's going through a cycle. Let me see.
Yep, it's warming again.
What's the temperature of the eye right now?
Negative 36.9. It got as cold as negative 53.4.
49? Yeah, I got negative 53.49. I've seen it. I'm gonna look back at the Recon real quick while you guys are talking about this, and
let me check too, actually.
Yeah, they're not close to the center yet, but they are still going back towards it.
Okay.
Yep, they are.
I am going to...
I won't be surprised if the pressure will be in the 950s, like David said earlier. I think it's going to do like a 10 millibar drop.
Oh, that's terrifying to think about.
Well, when you think about it, the eye is just cleared out, so it's gonna drop faster.
Yeah, it is. I wonder if it's going to be more of a 5 millibar drop the first time because the already just cleared.
Hmm.
And then it's going to rapidly go down over time.
Yeah, because it's also been a while since we got the pressure. It's been 2 hours.
It has been. So, you know what? 6 to 10 millibar drop, most likely we'll see. Potentially. Unless the stabilization did only part of that. Potentially.
Yeah, but we have to see.
Yeah.
Well, let me see when the last time they went into the eye. So the last time they went into the
10
eye was at
10:30.
2:28 UTC. 2
Mhm.
So right now
That's 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m. my time, 7:30 p.m. your
Yep,
time.
it has
David.
been 2 hours. Yep, it's been 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think 10 millibars, roughly, give or take. I think that is gonna be most likely what we're gonna see is close to 10 millibars.
6 to 10. Maybe. It just depends on what she did during that small stable moment.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna really matter much because now the eye, it's becoming more and more clear over time.
Oh, she briefly had another lightning outbreak. Briefly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She just
But
had it.
considering that this thing, yeah, considering now that the eye is now present, it's just.
Mm. Major Hurricane Melissa.
Already a
Yep,
major
there it
hurricane,
is.
much ahead of schedule.
That is
Yeah.
so. It's also creepy that one of the airports is right in the ice path, basically, with the center point.
Yeah.
And another airport's in the exact surge area near Kingston. Because what is this airport? Norman Manley International Airport is right now. It's on the inlet, and then Port Royal is right there before the bay goes to Kingston.
That's so bad.
That is really bad.
Here we go. We're going to get a pass into the center here pretty soon in about 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah,
you know
give or
what?
take 30 minute update.
Let me quickly go make my tea and do one thing. I'll be right back. Be right back.
Yep, that CDO is completely symmetrical. Completely symmetrical.
Yeah.
There is no
Yeah.
no lopsidedness. There is nothing I can see that it's lopsided.
Yeah. It's been symmetrical for hours too, which is also pretty scary.
Well, no, it's kind of a little lopsided with the coldest cloud tops, but those coldest cloud tops have now became very symmetrical. Yep, I know, Ryan. It is a category 3 with pressures down to 967 millibars.
The people in Jamaica are talking about Hurricane Wilma being something similar.
Well, that's not good at all.
They're saying that they're expecting more rainfall than with Wilma.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. Exact same thing.
Someone said there is no Wilma, but it's still catastrophic. It doesn't. It is. Yeah. It is very. This is not. The storm itself is not Wilma, but it's going to behave like a storm like that in a sense.
It's gonna be similar.
Yeah. Get a new update here. Did this thing still strengthen? Yep. Clouds are warming a little bit more.
Oh, man. What are we at now? Like -32?
No, -41.
Oh, they're not as warm.
No.
Okay. Yeah, no, it hasn't been updating the actual temperature of the clouds for me.
There's no indications of vertical wind shear near the storm at all. There's no
No.
vertical wind shear.
Yeah. And any vertical wind shear that could be near the storm is being deflected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That band all that's out in front of Melissa, it's shielding it from everything. It's keeping the actual storm itself safe from these environmental eroders.
Yeah, deep layer shear on this though. Oh, this did update. See, it's westerly. But it is still it's thinking that there's 22 knots of vertical wind shear. There is no shear on this.
That can't be right. That can't be right.
No, it can't.
That can't be. It's probably more like it's probably under 10. I know it was at like 12 earlier on today, I think.
Yeah, there it is right here. There's the eye. And here's another very intense convective hot tower that's trying to wrap all the way around. About to get a new Recon update in just a second.
Hey David,
Yeah.
take a listen to this. They said that we must prepare for more rainfall than what we can remember.
Who said that?
These are officials talking to the people of Jamaica.
Oh shit. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, on News 18, I just pulled it up because it's a live stream. I'm trying to see what all these people are saying. Oh, this is gonna get interesting. What's he gonna say?
That is a very intense band. Very intense hot tower wrapping all the way around.
Yeah.
Golly.
-40.
Yeah, it's -40 right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. Excuse me.
Golly.
I'm also curious what they're gonna find for the winds. Seeing as on this system was way better than it did 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm curious with what
What
they're
do we
going to
get?
find. Yeah.
Look on the
Oh,
group chat.
they're
Microwave
getting
imagery. That's the scariest. I thought the other one was scary.
Oh.
For the microwave?
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
That's bad. That's
That is
bad.
the most circular microwave I've seen in years. Even Milton wasn't that good.
Oh, holy.
Okay, I'm gonna put this on X right now. That is
Does anyone
textbook.
want to see a textbook definition of a structure?
It's a perfect donut. Perfect donut.
Now you're making me hungry now.
Ah. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Yeah. I am calling this donut the Category 5 Special. The Category 5 Red Donut.
The Melissa 5-star menu donut menu.
The Malicious Melissa. Yeah.
But yes,
Very much a malicious
this is-
Melissa.
Woo! The Metro eyewall outbreak
That-
started again. I'm gonna reset the mesoscale real quick. No, it's been. Oh,
Yeah.
she has a lightning outbreak on the southern part of the eyewall, but the northern part's clear. Interesting. Okay.
Well, it's that deep convective burst that I just talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah. hmm Oh yeah, they're really close to the actual storm now, or the actual center. Excuse me. They are in the storm. So far, they're gonna be entering in on the eastern side.
They're going to the
They're-
direct northeast quadrant. That's beautiful.
You know what they're trying to do? I think they're gonna go on the southeastern side and try and go to that hot tower.
Oh, that is terrifying to think about. Oh. Because that's so much
I can only
turbulence.
I can only imagine what they're dealing with out there right now.
Man, I don't think they're having a good ride.
No.
Man,
That is a lot of
microwave.
turbulence.
Dang, that
And you have to-
microwave pass, dude.
They're very lucky the
Holy
recent
cow.
lightning has been on the southern side too. Melissa Gate,
Yeah.
that's what Twitter gave you. I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
The what?
Jeez.
It said Twitter suggested Melissa Gate to David when doing the microwave. It's. Oh my god. Let me check out that tornado warning. Did it cancel it? Look at that real quick. Ooh, did they cancel them? Yes, they did. Okay, tornado warnings are canceled, but make sure you have a NOAA weather radio for any more warnings.
Dang, that hot tower to the south, though, is quite violent. That is.
It is.
Yeah.
That. Wow. Yeah.
You know what is also? I think they're doing it because of the 2 o'clock advisory.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But then after this, I think they could take a break and let another recon move in.
Yeah, the next recon's in 3.5 hours.
So if they get this last pass, we'll be pretty outdated
We will.
throughout the life cycle of her for the night.
Yeah.
Why do I think they're gonna find 130 at the surface?
I think they are too. I'll be honest, I think they are.
Either 125 or 130, considering she has a small stable period. But their stable periods may also be the winds mixing down to her.
Yeah, that's probably.
Well-
I think that's what's happening.
Physics, everybody.
Yes. Isn't physics just beautiful?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Man, that eye
she
looks
might-
yucky, though, but underneath the hood, it looks pretty intense.
Yeah, a lot of times you get vertical hot towers and, Kvetchy wrapping around. Your eye may look like it's getting disorganized, but truly it's just getting stronger and getting smaller.
Yes, that eye
And-
wall is contracting inwards.
That microwave can confirm something too. There's no sign of a
Mhm.
second eye wall. It's a beautiful
No.
eye size to prevent that too. And there is a chance that a lot of the second eye wall band's life, it could be shredded somewhat by the mountains of Jamaica.
Yeah.
So I'm
And
curious
then
if
just
her
stay
own
stronger to
core,
the center.
I wonder if her core herself has to force the eye wall replacement cycle, and we're not going to get the typical banding from the outer band going in and circling around.
Oh man.
We could get that too. She moves enough south.
Here we go.
Yeah.
The biggest of all yet.
Mm.
Waiting for recon data to get in there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how you know a
Mhm.
storm is violent. Go back to that imagery, David. Do you see that small cutoff in the southeast? A thin line? You see that little thin line? That's
Yes.
violence. That's a sign of violence of the turning. Wow. Man, that is incredible. You can see it on the mesoscale even more detailed.
Yeah, everyone in chat is saying that she is blowing up.
Yeah, some people are saying death skull. I wouldn't be surprised. She
Yeah.
actually looks like a snail.
Yes,
Or
it
like
does
a
look
snail.
like a snail.
Like a
It
snail.
does look like it looks like a cinnamon roll. It looks like a cinnamon roll as
It
well.
does. I don't like that a lot of her convection is where tornadoes would happen, by the way. On their eastern side.
I
don't like that
literally said that at the beginning of my discussion that there's all these storms popping off on the southeastern side, the eastern side, and that is the vertical wind shear that is
I wonder
helping.
if there's wedge water spouts going on down there. Those would be supercellular. Oh, if only we could have a look.
Actually, the real question is, I want to see where this was at 2 a.m.
Me too. Just letting you know, somewhere had to have 100 inches of rain in the Caribbean, maybe.
Oh,
In the
definitely.
ocean.
Why?
Because of how much she stole.
Why are these models not rendering on the hurricane models?
They're bad at RI moments. They just are.
Yeah.
Like
this
before
isn't just
storm.
RI. This,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, guys, this isn't just RI anymore. This is EI.
When I compare the models to when you first see a storm, you're young and you're bright and you're able to see it. But the moment the event actually begins, the models turn old. It feels like sometimes.
Oh yeah,
and
they
you just
do,
get so delayed.
Yeah, they start to panic.
Every time I see the models do this, I call it grandpa model.
Yeah. Okay, so if we get 130 miles an hour, the storm will have doubled the intensity in 24 hours.
My God! By the way, the ensemble estimates earlier today, and I wonder if they updated, was 5 to 10 miles per hour. Again, behind what the NHC did because they thought it was 80, they did 85.
Sure.
So I'm very curious for the intensity. Yes,
Doverac is 965 on this, 965 millibars.
Oh,
965. That makes sense, actually, somewhat.
Yeah. And Dover
Maybe
consistently is a little. Yeah, I think in the 950s. I think it's in the 950s.
Yeah.
Or the low 960s, the upper 950s.
Yeah, I think upper 950s. I think 10 millibars is reasonable. Very
it
reasonable.
Really is. Let me see the new Recon. Did you update yet? No, the website is slow. How unfortunate.
No, it's not that it's slow. It should update.
It takes time to get the data.
It usually. So I notice. So we're at the 11 minute mark after the last update. So usually on the 12th minute or 13th minute, sometimes it can be up to 14 minutes. It will update.
Yeah, that lightning outbreak is following the vertical hot tower turn.
Yeah,
interesting.
This is turning ugly quick.
Yes, it is.
I think this already was ugly.
Well, look, in her structure, she's a beauty, but in her impact, she's horrible. That's how I see this. So, oh, I thought my Discord crashed. Oops. No, it didn't. People are saying this is the best microwave presentations they've ever seen in some cases. Oh, please tell me I don't see what I see.
Did I say I didn't spell literally correctly, or did I? I think I did. Okay, yeah. Didn't.
Is that a dark blue of 113 to 137, or is that color wrong?
What?
You know,
wait, what?
You two likely, because sometimes I get confused by the blues. Here's the data. See if that's
so
a darker
far,
blue or the lighter
I'm only
blue.
seeing. Better yet, I can actually look at the intensity because let's see, that's 50, 100. That's 110 knots.
Oh, that's still
We've already seen
110 knots in the northeast.
Oh,
Is that earlier? Let me check
it-
if it's earlier. Is that earlier? I can't tell.
No, it's stronger. It's stronger.
Is it a little stronger?
No,
Probably a lot
it's
stronger.
it's a lot stronger.
I need to see this
Oh.
new Recon data because I'm getting confused. My brain is
still only
starting
seeing-
to. It's late.
Yeah,
My brain
I'm
is
still
starting
only
to go
seeing-
man mode.
And they are not in the. They're
Yeah.
just entering the eyewall. So we'll have to just wait to see when the next update comes in.
Oh, if they
Yeah.
are the wait, that is a
Oh,
darker
God.
blue at the final one.
Yes.
That's
I-
113 to 137 knots in the range.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh.
Ooh, I could easily see this 125 then. 120 if they get a bit more darker blues. Maybe 130 by the conversions.
I think 130 is in the question.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say 130. This is
If it's 130 at 2 a.m., I'm scared to see tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I am scared to see this.
This storm has the. By the way, that microwave imagery, I might save that. That is one of the most beautiful circles I've seen in a tropical cyclone this year. That might be the West Pacific.
That might be one of the most perfect circles I've ever seen in anything.
Yeah. Take a look. Take a look at that. You guys got to see that.
You know what's weird? If there wasn't bands on the eastern side, this would be a mini annular hurricane. If you look at the circle, it seems annular if you didn't have the bands. That's how good it is. Wow.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is annular. I don't think those bands are
An
connected
annular
anymore.
tight core with an eyewall that can protect itself? Okay, that's scary.
Means it's more resilient.
Yes. It doesn't need to shrink its vortex. Just stay like that, Melissa. But I think it's going to tighten anyway. But wow.
Yes,
we got to see
MMA,
this.
Melissa.
That's a perfect image for studies of universities and classes.
Yeah, this is MMA with Melissa at this point. It's a fighter.
Yeah. Man, that. And. Ooh.
Boom.
Someone said the eye temperature went up 20 degrees in only 10 minutes on this storm.
It did earlier.
Yeah, earlier. And some gravity waves are occurring. I don't know where, though.
Yeah. I mean, I'm currently a little behind on my data, but it does look like it's clearing out even more. Oh, whew, okay. You guys want to look at this on Cyclone WX?
They did update the Recon model? The data?
It updated the microwave imagery. It has the perfect circle on the imagery, but it looks scarier.
Well,
Wait.
Yeah.
hold
on,
on.
let me-
Everybody. Well, I guess the Caribbean
One.
decided to do one final performance.
No, that's the same one. That's the same image, but it's a
the same
different
one.
channel. It's a different channel.
Yeah, it just looks scarier.
Can you actually put that in the group chat? I'm curious.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get this.
Golly.
Let's see here.
That
Western side is stronger than the eastern.
Yeah, the west side is.
I'm so. There's a new tornado warning.
And that makes perfect sense because that's where the convective hot tower was. And that is
Y'all.
This was at 4:07 UTC, so not long ago, right when that went off, right when that
Real quick.
exploded.
Real quick, I just want to let people know, if you are in the metropolitan area of Lake Charles, get to your tornado shelter now, please. Tornado warning in effect for Metro Lake Charles.
Man, nature is just angry. Got a tornado warning. We got. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
just
see.
put the
Mbot.
microwave image. I just put the microwave image in chat, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's a more detailed image of the
Yeah,
Hold on, I'm
that's-
getting Lake Charles Mbot. 1 second.
Hmm.
There is a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Sulphur, moving east at 25 miles an hour. If you're in Metro Lake Charles, please take your tornado precautions now. It's in the Metro, David, by the way. It actually is. It's like dead center.
Holy no.
Oh wow.
It's
Yeah.
a weak rotation right now, but well, I'll keep an eye on it. It does
Yeah,
have a little bit.
please.
It's a little bit tight. It is a little tight. We see a little tightness between Hollywood, Rosebud, and Maplewood. It's really small though, but that might be enough. Reflectivity. There's a small hook right there. So yes, if you're at Metro Lake Charles, please take cover, including the airport.
Oh my. What else are we gonna see tonight?
Oh no, Melissa turned to Wilma. No, I'm joking. Please don't. Not tonight.
I
Oh, that
honestly
Hook
think
Titan.
it's good. Oh.
What is it?
The Hook Titan. The Hook
Oh.
Titan on the radius reflectivity.
Oh.
So if you are in Rosebluff, Luckmore, Westlake, Lake Charles, Pine Acres Trailer Park, you need to get in shelter now. University Place, the Meadows, the airport, Harbor. If you are in these places, please take cover. Decent tornadic signature heading in towards Metro Lake Charles. Oh, this is a night.
It sure
Yeah,
is.
what a night.
It would be so weird. It would be worse if you had Melissa and a moderate. No, that would be horrible.
Wait, Melissa doing what?
I'm saying if the MCS did what the SBC feared earlier, a robust tornado potential a few days ago, we could have had a moderate and Melissa, two
Oh,
coverages
yeah.
at once,
Oh man.
at least an
Ryan Hall
enhanced.
probably would have. Yeah, Ryan Hall probably would have been covering the severe weather in SBC if that was the case.
Yeah, while Tropic stayed on Melissa,
Yeah,
it would be two different camps. But our
I
community
imagine
would
Ryan
coordinate so
Hall
well
is-
there.
The eye is still getting better to find though on average.
Yeah.
So it's
just
about
been,
to probably warm up here soon.
It definitely is warming up. It'll
Yeah.
go over 32. Is that 31 and a? Is that 31 or 32 degrees? I can't tell. It's going over even warmer waters where the contour on Cyclone WX has gone from red to purple. It's about to go over that.
Golly.
There's only telling how much this storm is capable of.
By the way, if you guys are just tuning in here, welcome, welcome. We are tracking Major Hurricane Melissa here, possibly a category 4, more than likely, definitely stronger than it was earlier, probably a high-end category 3. You guys are just tuning in. Make sure you give that subscribe button a big nudge and also hit that like button and share this video with their family and friends on social media. We got to get this out to a lot of people because this...
Hey, David.
Yes.
Sorry to
There's a
interrupt.
tighter.
Guys, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Minimum extrapolated pressure of 959.2 millibars is 7
Yep.
minutes ago.
Yep. Not only that, real quick, there's a tighter rotation on the little circulation west of the Lake Charles Metro. Again, if you're there, take cover now. It's a decently tight rotation, too. And we're also tracking tornado warnings in Louisiana, apparently, tonight. Mother Nature's doing two sides of the coin.
Yeah, maybe we start doing this more often. It's the 1-2 special. Yeah.
This is the same trough, by the way, that will pull Melissa. So it's interesting to track this too. They're all connected in some ways.
So, okay, so we were, stop for a second here. So we were at 967, right? In the last, so let me do the math.
That is 8 millibars.
That's 8 millibars. Yes. So 8 millibars divided by 2 hours, right? Has it been exactly 2 hours or what?
Just over 2. But it rounds to 2 hours.
Okay, we'll round it.
It was it was minutes over.
Okay. So that is 4 millibars an hour drop in pressure. The rate of falling pressure has accelerated a little bit. So we're at 4 millibar drop per hour.
David.
Yes.
Real quick, I'm sorry. We got to go back to this tornado warning. Lake Charles was observed, and there's a decent hook echo near West Lake.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
They went observe on the MBOT.
Let me look at this. Let me look at it. Oh, shoot. Yes. Yes.
If you are at Lake Charles, take cover now. Move to a low interior room on the lowest floor, away from windows. No mobile homes or vehicles if you can.
Sorry,
take cover
folks.
now.
Sorry, folks. We are taking a brief pause on this. This is a tornado warning that is on the ground doing damage right now. In Lake Charles, it is... Wow, that debris ball. Yes, that is moving over Lake Charles right now along the I-10 corridor. Please take shelter. This is a serious situation right now that is unfolding. A serious situation. We will get back to the tropics here in about a minute or two. We are going to update you here on this tornado warning. West Lake. Along the I-10 corridor, you need to be taking shelter immediately. Power outages, for sure. We are looking at property damage, extensive building damage with this. This is a tornado that is on the ground doing damage.
Man.
What is a correlation coefficient looking like? Let's take a quick look at that. So that's the debris signature somewhere back in here, just to the southwest of Westlake. So there is some debris being observed. But it's probably more likely going to be a brief spin up because it's along that line.
Yeah, but it does have a decent signature for a line type situation. So yeah, please take cover.
Oh, it looks like it's occluding. It looks like it's occluding.
Well, there's still a tiny bit of debris left over. We'll see on the next scan. It is going over. Is that a lake? West Lake. There's Lake Charles. There's like a little lake. It looks like there.
Yeah, so Lake Charles. Yep. There's Lake Charles downstream. You got Hippie. Oh wait, Hipple. That is.
It's fine. I pronounce it wrong all the time. Don't worry about it.
Hypel,
yeah,
I think
seriously.
it's Hypel or something.
Yeah, but it's turning a little bit more to a brief damaging wind echo again, as it occludes. So look at velocity. Oh no, actually, it still has a little bit of a tight signature. I thought it was more damaging wind. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. This isn't embedded supercell. Also, this is not completely QLCS. You could tell by the way the structure is from Moss Bluff to Lake Charles. You could kind of see a little bit of an embedded supercell sign on this one. So this is an embedded supercell. Let's see, this tornado possible also from the northern part of the complex. Well, Mother Nature doing both tonight. How unfortunate.
It's both doing severe weather and tropical weather.
Yeah, but that's what we expect in October. It's the beginning of the second season soon.
Yeah. This is not good.
All eyes on the public advisory the public advisory will be out very soon at the 10 o'clock. No, wait. Dude, another hour. I do need to eat, though. I desperately need to eat, though. But I will stay. I'm going to stay up. I'll be live. I guess I'll extend the live stream for another hour. But I'm going to be right back. I'll be here, but I'm going to be eating. I've got to have some food. I have not ate at all today.
Yeah. Go eat. We got this. We
Go
got
ahead, we
this.
got this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can answer your questions in the chat real quick. Back to the tornado warning real quick. Lake Charles is continuing this as observed. In fact, it might have hooked a little bit more. Maybe re-strengthened a tiny bit. It re-hooked a little bit, but the velocity itself got a little weaker, which is really interesting to take note. But if you are in Metro Lake Charles, you need to take shelter now. Okay, real quick. Well, I'm monitoring this. What did the Recon detect any stronger winds in the storm?
I've been keeping an eye on it. We're probably not going to get anything until the next update because they just got out of the storm, but I'm not seeing anything just yet.
It looks like the surface wind may be 105 knots by dis, but that is very. I'm doing a calculation based off dis. It may not be 100%. I'll put it on the group chat. It looks like 105 knots to me.
But that is yeah, that actually looks like it's completely in the middle of 100 and 115, so I'd round up to 110 because 107.5 rounds up to 110. I think that's more than 105. That's halfway up. That's halfway.
So they might go for the purpose of this 125, considering that amount.
I think they go 130.
We'll see though. I think they might be they've been a little cautious even with the RIs. So 130 or 125 would be both good guesses.
I'll be surprised if they keep it the same.
Yes.
I'd be completely surprised. Yeah,
I'm checking a new scan. They did a new tornado warning. They're replacing the observed. It's now in effect for 33 minutes. Radar confirmed tornado. So who's in and who's out real quick? Of course, Metro. Oh, they got a hook again. Why? Lake Charles. Okay, the velocity's not that tight. Even if it did. Okay, good. So, new tornado warning for Gooseport, Paint Acres Trailer Park, Hipple, the airport, Cho, Interstate 10, going all the way to Iowa, Louisiana. Nice name. And then going all the way to near Lacassan, I think. If I pronounced that correct. If I didn't, I do apologize. Bon Air, Manchester, Harbor. If you're in it, including the community college, technical community college, SOL. So if you are in those areas, please stay covered now. A potential for one or two more spin-up tornadoes are possible in this embedded supercell.
Yes, please do get underneath your underground bunkers if you have any, or the lowest level in the center of your house, away from all windows in a small contained room.
Yep.
And remember to duck under windows if need be, so you don't get shattered glass.
The lightning outbreak has briefly stopped on Melissa again. I don't expect it to be constant yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
Most likely tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know if that lightning is gonna mean much right now.
It may not.
It probably doesn't mean anything with the intensity. In fact, I'm pretty sure lightning means it's strengthening faster instead of actually weakening. So remember, you said David said about dry air causing more lightning, but no, this is.
Ooh, Mbot just updated. Hi, Mbot. They canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Allen, Benegard, Calissa, Jefferson Davis, and Vernon parishes in Louisiana. So at least that warning is gone. We still got the observed tornado warning for the next at least 30 minutes. Again, it's for Caliseo. If I pronounced that wrong, I do apologize. It's Jefferson Davis parishes.
Oh, hey guys.
In Louisiana. Go ahead.
They found a dropsonde pressure of 958.3 millibars. They also found a peak wind of 119.5 knots that reduced to 98, but they found flight level 119.5 knots.
What is it again? Repeat that.
Dropsonde pressure of 958.3 millibars, and they found 500, 150, 500 wind that was reduced from 119.5 knots.
So this is a category 4 then.
Yes, I think so.
Oh my gosh.
Usually once it's below 960 millibars, it becomes a category 4 on the Atlantic.
Depending on the latitude. Sometimes. But in the Caribbean, I think 960 will fit it well.
I'm wondering
Yeah,
if
I
they'll
think-
go back in for one more because they're maybe not. No, I don't think they will. Sometimes they go in for one more pass. It
You
looks
said that
like
they were gonna get 5, right?
what?
You said that they'd do 5 passes. They've only done 4.
Sometimes they do 4, sometimes they do 5. So I don't know what they're gonna do this time.
I've seen
almost-
rare situations they do 6. I've seen that before. And especially in RI systems.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the radar reflectivity composite. It is symmetrical. The radar is symmetrical.
Wow.
It's got a symmetrical ring around it.
Yeah.
I want to see which way it's moving though, because recent satellite. Okay, it stalled. It stopped moving. It stopped moving, and that
We have very
eye has
fun.
that eye has continued to intensify.
Yeah, hey David, take a listen to this. I'm looking at the wind speed TDR at a half a kilometer above the surface. The max winds in that are 113.7 knots. That's only a half a kilometer above the surface.
wow. One more thing, real quick, David. We got some good news. The tornado's been downgraded to radar indicated. Still, if you're in the warning, please take your shelter, but it has occluded. It is dealing with a destructive merger because rain is taking over its inflow from a cell to the south.
Okay.
That's good news. Good news.
That hot tower is about half the storm's eyewall.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that hot tower goes from the northwest into the southeast.
Dang, yes. That is substantial right there.
That's a telltale explosive intensification if I've ever seen one.
Ooh, it did a tiny jog to the north. It looks like
That's interesting.
that because that convection is wrapping a bit more to the north.
Oh, zero Z hurricane models are coming in.
Yes,
All
they
right.
are.
And whoa. Yeah, H wharf is a lot stronger by 10 millibars. 10 millibars stronger on the H wharf.
So
Yeah.
it looks like on the southwestern eyewall, we're starting to see signs that those winds are really mixing to the. Whoa! Whoa!
What'd you find?
High category 4 hurricane on a dropsonde on the northeast eyewall. How are you? Look at this new data.
What?
Oh, wow. Yep, that might be a Cat 4 at 2 o'clock.
Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Let's see.
Okay. Wait.
Northwest.
Okay, let me get that new.
Northeast. Did I say northeast?
Northeast.
Northeast.
Yeah,
Northeast.
that's a
Oh gosh.
category
Yeah.
4.
Oh, that's a category,
category
4.
4.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's 132 and a quarter.
Wow.
132. Oh, I see 130 there at 731 millibars pressure level.
Oh, 100. Are you looking at knots? I just converted the 115 at the surface.
Yeah, that is, yep.
That's category 4. Yeah.
And not far above it, I'm seeing 127.
Sheesh, this
If that
thing really
mixes-
blew up.
Do you know what's really creepy about this? I said in a jokingly manner, watch Melissa go Cat 5 tomorrow morning.
It could.
Also, by the way, the mean wind in lowest 150 meters is 120, almost 120 knots.
Wow. So that's 140 miles an hour.
Yep.
Yeah. This is
I'm
going.
really curious what they're gonna.
Go
I
ahead.
wonder what the 2 AM advisor is gonna go for. I'm also looking at let's see, that's 940 millibars. If that mixes to the surface, that is about 100. That would round up to 130 knots. That's about 150 miles an hour rounded up
Wow.
at 940 millibars, which isn't too far up above the surface.
I don't want to say this, but what was the rate of Wilma's? I gotta compare that to this right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, it's only been she was a Cat 1 for a long while.
And then suddenly she was a Cat 5 next advisor or something. Yeah, hold on. I know what
Okay.
to do.
Breaking news. Stop for a second. Breaking news. Rapid warming of the eye. Rapid warming of the eye again. We're seeing a big drop in temperature. We were at negative 44 about 7 or 8 minutes ago. Now we're down to negative 35 Celsius.
Oh man. Yeah. I am actually gonna see how fast Wilma intensifies.
Hold on, I'm helping somebody. They got their knots confused. 1 second. I'm just helping them. You know, sometimes knots can be confusing. By the way, if it's 115 knots, that will be technically 132.24 miles per hour, but you round down to 130. 130. Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna look and see how fast it went from Category 1 to Category 5 with Wilma, but I'll be able to give you guys that answer in just a second.
Let me go set up my tea the chair first. I'll be right back. My throat is so dry.
Yeah, hey guys, listen to this.
Before you do
From
that though,
the
if you guys are new to this stream and you love the live coverage that we are providing here on Major Hurricane Melissa, potentially now a Category 4 hurricane. It's not official yet. We will wait for the 2 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which will be in about 50 minutes. I'm imagining this is very close, at least 125 or 130 miles an hour. But because of the satellite presentation and the warming eye, maybe 130 miles an hour in the next advisory. Let's just put it this way. It went through all of the almost all of the categories. If it's Category 4 the next advisory, this is going to go almost through all of the categories in just over 24 hours. Actually, no, wait, hold on. No, in 12
Not
hours.
even.
12 hours, half of a day. So this is really taking off. This is taking off very quickly. And we're down into the 950s as I was projecting here in their next pass. So that's what we have at the moment. So again, if you haven't been here before, we are tracking this live in real time, live satellite data, live radar data from Jamaica. Please subscribe to the channel to show your support. Also, hit that like button and share this video with their live stream. I always say video. It will be a DVR recording after this is done. But please share this live stream with their family and friends on social media. It really does help out a lot. You guys have been doing a good job at it. So thank you very much for that. But yeah, this is the hurricane right now. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, hey David. 2 things actually.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to compare the previous northeast eyewall dropsonde. Earlier at 4 hours ago, the most intense winds were up 934 millibars of 108 knots. So now we had 127, much closer to the surface. That is almost 20 knots in 4 hours. for the
Jeez.
dropson comparison.
Wow.
And then now looking at Wilma, this actually intensified twice as fast as this storm did. It went from Category 1 to Category 4 within an advisory.
Man.
But I will say, in a 24-hour span, it did double in more than double in intensity. It went from 55 knots to 130 in 24 hours. So we're not far off from that.
Really?
Yeah, we are not too far off.
Because I remember she was stagnant as a Category 1 like this one was.
Yeah,
And
she
then
went from
suddenly,
75
once she
to-
became a 2 and above, it just started boom, 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 boom. It just didn't stop.
Yeah, I looked at the NHC archive reported data. It went from 75 knots to 130 knots in 4 hours. No, 6 hours. Excuse me.
Some people are starting to do the definition of a stream rapid intensification. I agree.
What?
Mhm.
What is?
Extreme rapid intensification.
Oh, extreme rapid.
Yeah, that's
oh
what it-
yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's explosification. That's the actual.
Yeah. Well, let's
terminology
just say
for it.
if the pressure drops
Mhm.
4 millibars, 4 millibars
Mhm.
times 12. So in the 4 millibars per hour
48.
times 48 millibars. So we are at say
Mhm.
957 minus 48. 909 millibars in 12 hours. So by 10 in the morning, my time, this could be down to 900 in at least the low 900s. At this present rate, if it drops 4 millibars per hour, and that continues without any eyewall replacement cycle.
Yeah. Hey, David. They just finished the mission. That was their last pass on the storm.
I
Beautiful
thought so.
last pass.
Mm-hmm.
Big
Beautiful.
clap.
Nicely done.
Yep.
I
Yep,
think
it says
especially
the
with that
mission's finished.
pass and Recon not going in for a few hours, 130 is a great estimate, or 125. But by
I say
drop, that
130.
drop on is really good, though. I don't know the NEC would really ignore that drop.
No, they're not going to. If that's at the surface, they're also probably going to do that because they're not going to get a full advisory until 5 a.m. But that hot tower now is almost 3/4 of the storm.
I will say it's at least going to be going to 125, even if they're
At
a little bit
least.
careful.
At least 125. But that
The halves A is
Oh, that's concerning.
what?
Is all this intensification not counting for the mesos not being linked? Are they by themselves?
Wait, what?
The mesos still have to link, like what happens in RI. They haven't linked yet.
What do you mean by this? Like, please
So
tell.
someone says once the mesos merge in the eyewall, it wouldn't be surprising if the rate suddenly deepened even more once the eye clears out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What do you mean by meso, though?
The meso vortices in the eye.
Oh, yes. Okay.
This all this strengthening is without the merging.
Oh my.
That's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think that maximum intent. What was it again?
Do we believe the halves B model from a few days ago?
Please, the experimental one. More
Yeah.
likely. Oh my god, that one had what? 154
880.
knots.
No, way more.
That was the recent one.
No, like a few days ago, it had like 175 knots.
Oh my
And,
god!
like,
No,
880
I won't
The
mention
thing-
cycle would
the-
finally
The
choke it.
thing I do not like about the halves A and then the halves B is the minimum central pressure bottoms out pretty much in the short term in the next 27 hours. About
I don't like
955, 960.
I don't.
That's it.
I don't.
Yeah, that's it.
Y'all, do you notice something?
Hmm.
Why is this is just me? Is Melissa smiling at us?
It is.
It's creepy.
What the heck? It is smiling with its eye.
Creepy. Every time a storm, before they became a 5, they smiled. I remember. Oh, this is horrible.
Oh my gosh, dude.
She's just rapping more.
Oh dear, jeez. Oh dear. Well,
Wow.
it was
The
nice knowing you guys.
mesoscale, however, her western side is pretty good. So
Mhm.
Jamaica, hopefully they'll get a little bit less rain than forecasted, but we still have to consider the lift.
So looks like this is
Yeah.
gonna latest H Wharf wants this to bottom out at 928 millibars in 18 hours.
I think it's gonna go deeper.
It depends on the evolution, but by her microwave right now,
Yeah, I don't see any signs of stopping.
there's no more lightning outbreaks in the eyewall. I wonder if it's done a very brief stable before doing it again.
It's
I
not
don't know.
stabling because it's going more intense. It's still
Mhm.
intensifying.
That is true.
The
But
more
when
lightning-
normally you would see lightning in the eyewall, there's no lightning. What's going on with her?
the lightning is usually when you get dry air interaction.
Really?
It's
So
dry air.
I thought a
It's
lot
the
of lightning
opposite.
in the
I mean,
eyewall would
maybe.
mean it's alright.
Yeah, the eyewall. A lot of lightning means it's like really, really, really fast, like a Milton and Wilma level fast. I think. I don't know. I don't really do much on lightning. I don't do much on lightning, so I can't say.
Interesting. The fact she's
Yeah.
already a major port. Poor Jamaica.
Yeah, just under 3 hours until the what's it called? The next mission goes in.
I will be asleep once that happens. I'm not staying up for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's get a drop zone of 25 knots outside the storm. Thank you. Poor drop.
Wait,
I want to see the
what?
southwestern eyewall real quick. 79 knots. Okay, wait, was this earlier? Wait, hold on. No. This is recent. 20
this is a
is
recent one.
outside. 20 is outside the storm.
Yeah. Mhm.
So what?
Right.
So the center, they did a northeastern drops on. That's where we got the big 130 potential. Before that,
Yeah.
the southwestern eyewall had around 86 knots on the southwest. It looks like the borderline of southwest and southeast, so maybe directly south, a little bit more of the location there.
I'm surprised the SD bot isn't updated yet.
No, the SPC bot. Oh, because they don't do their updates yet. I think it's a tiny bit.
Yeah, the RWS for the hurricane.
Wait, which one are you talking about? I thought you meant the SPC bot.
No, RWS for the hurricane intensity.
Okay.
It's still at 9. It's still at 90 knots, 971 millibars.
Oh, that's been passed. Oh my god, they're so late. That bot is so late for work.
Yep. Oh, that eye is warming. It's now
Time
wrapped
for me.
completely.
Time for me to look at the. I haven't updated my mesos in a while, and I have so many tabs.
Mhm.
Negative 38.5. So does anyone got lower? That's
I
on
got-
infrared.
I got negative 39.
It's hanging
Okay.
steady. It stopped warming.
42.39 Celsius on the water vapor. Let me check the visible
I'm
satellite.
looking at red, green, blue right now. I'm gonna see what it says. Once I get to the end over here. Yeah, it doesn't tell me, but you guys should look at Melissa on the red, green, blue.
Yeah, I
You
do
can
see it.
visibly see how tall that hot tower is.
Oh man, yeah.
That is
Okay.
That's
Okay.
exploding.
It's a category 3,
Mhm.
not 4.
Oh, it is.
Trevor did the equation, and it actually makes perfect sense. Because I forgot you do the 0.90, 0.9.
The 0.9.
Yeah, on the equation, I believe.
Which equation?
I don't know if Trevor's allowed on here. He's pretty calm, but Trevor can normally break down the formula because he seems he's really good at it.
Okay.
I don't know. No, David
Well,
doesn't want more than 3 people.
No.
Okay.
I want to keep
Yeah.
it
No.
like some other people's streams out there on YouTube. I'm not saying who will have like 10 or 15 people on, and it's like, oh my gosh, I can't listen.
It's chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, considering so it's either 125 or 130. Either two is a good guess based on the equation.
I feel like they are
Okay.
going to round up because there isn't going to be much time.
Oh, because Recon just left.
Yep. I think they're going to go a little higher, so that way it eases into the next advisory.
That makes total sense.
That eye is definitely clearing out a little more, though.
Yes.
It's getting more defined.
Yeah.
They could do a little bit higher. In fact, I wouldn't be against that, honestly.
Yeah. 140 times 0.9. I mean, yeah, I could see this, Yeah, Melissa's smile just got more evil.
Oh god.
Yeah, and it's a tilted smile too, so it looks like it's laughing at us.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
no.
its smile right there. You can tell.
Yeah,
There's
it looks
its
like
eye.
it's laughing at us. Doesn't it look like it's laughing at us?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really saying joke's on you.
Joke's on you. It's October. You didn't predict me.
And guess
Or no,
what?
joke's on you. I'm
And I
smarter
could
than you
just
thought.
see Melissa. I could just tell Melissa, shut up.
She comes
I'd
to
say
Cat
some more
5 the moment you
profane
say that.
I could say some more profane things, but I don't want to get canceled.
The northern eyewall, there's another big, deep convective hot tower coming up there.
If this thing gets completely surrounded in hot towers, I think it's end all be all.
At this point, it's just a free buffet for her.
Literally, the system's not moving much at all.
And normally we would think it would upwell, but the Caribbean is so famous for not being able to do that so easily.
Yeah. Oh.
That's what makes it even more terrifying. Is that she's just relaxing in a hot tub. She a rich one down there.
It looks a lot better than it did even when we first started the stream.
Man, the evolution of Mother Nature is amazing.
Yeah.
I don't think we had an eye at all when I started the stream.
If we did, it was a very beginner one on the water vapor. I did detect it was a small little hole in the very low parts. So maybe it was the very beginning of an eye, but it literally just I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. It's gonna be 160.
Yeah, let's hope it's not knots.
Oh, 160. Ooh, Trevor gave us the formulas. Look in the chat. Hey, let's go.
Let's see it.
That makes sense. Flight level knots times mile per hour format equals mile per hour. Mile per hour x dot number equals interesting.
At number?
Dot number, any number here.
Yeah,
That's interesting. Okay,
but what number is it based off of?
that's the question. That is really interesting. It could be any number. I think it's the. Is it that? Hold on. Let me see. So. Okay. That's interesting. Ooh.
If you had flight level, wouldn't you base it off the 127?
I believe so.
Yeah, why not the 120? Why the 121, not the 127? Hold on.
That's. What? And another question: What would the layer of the atmosphere be for flight level wind against that in the storm? Does it depend on what level they're flying?
Yeah, I believe so. But
Oh, come on. Why is there another tornado warning? New tornado warning in effect. Lesso Lake Arthur. Row 14, row 99, 101. Bell City, Haynes, Thornwell, west of Lake Arthur, Laurie. If you are in any of these places, take your tornado precautions. Another embedded supercell is starting to form a hook echo on the western part of the polygon.
yeah, hey guys.
Not the best velocity, but pretty good. Yes.
When you do the reduction from the 127 knots, you get a category 4 for winds at the surface.
Can you post that on here so I can show Trevor what you got?
Yeah. Here, let me just do this. It was 157. One 46.
So are you considering that by the actual flight level that the plane is supposed to be?
I'm considering that by the strongest measured winds.
Oh, okay. So this is just.
Yeah, I think the strongest flight level winds that you observe, and then you reduce that to the surface. I mean, that makes sense because you have 115.
Yeah, but I'm very
That's
curious to see if it's because of also the altitude.
Eye is warming even further. Minus 32.
Oh man. Yeah. That method is actually that's actually a really good method.
Trevor asked, where did the 127 come from? Hold on, let me
940
see.
millibars.
The 940 millibars. But I wonder if it's also because of the altitude they're flying.
I mean, yeah, that's still much lower than the altitude they fly at. They fly at around 700 millibars or 850.
Okay, so that makes more sense then.
They fly well above that.
Okay, National Hurricane Center says no tropical development is expected during the next 7 days. We don't need any more. We got her already. Thank you.
Wait, what?
Hook echoes weekend. I was saying they're not expecting development during the next 7 days, and I said, please no more. I think we have enough right now.
Sonia's out there only going to become, let's see, only 70.
They said 70. Brief hurricane possible if it really gets that together. But I don't know.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look at something here. Ooh, okay. I don't know if that's it. Wait, no, that's about the same as it was earlier. Did we have an adjusted t-value of 5.6 earlier?
Okay, Trevor did it by the 958 millibar.
You did it by 958, you said?
Yes.
Let's see, at 958, why 958?
958. I have no idea. I don't know which one's actually true because the drop zone has so many different layers.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Wouldn't it make sense to have the strongest winds in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, like anything below 900 millibars, whatever strongest in there, because that's within the boundary layer? Wouldn't that make sense to reduce that? Because, for example, there's 720 millibars or 731 millibars that show 130 knots, but because that's above the boundary layer, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Considering that this is below 900 millibars, well into the boundary layer, why wouldn't you want to go from the strongest level of winds and
So I
reduce that?
will say the moment this does a mesovort merger, this is from Alder, who's really smart. They said it should yield at least a 30 millibar drop over several hours as the mesovorts coincide inside the eye.
Wait, when
Yeah.
did he just
So
post?
Alder, who is no, this is on Chase's server actually.
Oh,
We're
Chase's.
all together on other Chase's server. The mesovort merger process alone can yield a 30 millibar or so drop in pressure over several hours as the mesovortices consolidate inside the eye.
Wow.
So why? So is that why the eye is not warming or clearing?
He didn't explain that. He just explained that the mesovortices come together. That's an easy 30 millibar drop. Another RI moment.
Yeah. Oh, hey guys. So I mean, they're probably gonna go category 4 because I'm not sure if this Trevor person. I'm not sure what exactly he's saying, but tell him that I went from the strongest winds below 900 millibars, and it's very accurate to surface. I'm comparing 131.5 miles to 132.25. I'm within a mile apart. Yeah, I think you'd go from the strongest winds below 900 millibars or below the boundary layer, and that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. He asked me, does Recon use the current pressure, which is 958 millibar? That's a good question.
They use the pressure that they find in the eyewall. The pressure that they found in the eyewall was, what was it, millibars?
Yeah.
Yeah, they found it's 977.
So they use 977 millibars, which hold on, let me look at that drop zone one more time because I gotta remember myself, me getting old.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm over here and I'm young.
But no, it's okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the H-Wharf model, I wanted to show my viewers this. That is a very intense rain band, literally moving onshore over far eastern Jamaica.
Oh my.
By the way, then Trevor said that it might be just 120 miles per hour. Then if they use it by the eyewall, that's interesting. Yeah, recon math can be confusing.
Yeah, I think it's safe to go with the strongest winds and reduce that by 90%. I think that's safe.
Yeah.
I could always ask one of my professors here at this institution about that. He would probably know the answer. Yeah, I could probably ask him about how much, if there's like a formula that reduces wind speeds from, and how they reduce from the sound or drop sound.
Yeah. David, I guess we're gonna wait for 1 o'clock Central Time.
Yeah, we're gonna wait another 25 minutes for the next advisory. That's what
Observe tornado. Are you kidding me?
Hey guys. 120 miles an hour, 958 millibars, 2 a.m. advisory just came out.
Oh.
What?
Oh, Trevor does make sense. Trevor did that calculation. He did the math to get 120 miles per hour by 977 millibars.
So what exactly did he do then? Because I want to learn this formula. Because if that was correct there, chances are it's going to be correct in any given situation. You gotta tell me exactly what he did.
Trevor didn't tell me. He just got it from a Met. But you
Just
know,
ask him. Ask him.
Also, by the way, that pressure drop of
here, hold on, I got a better idea.
9 millibars.
9 millibars. So we'll do 9 millibars. So 9 millibars divided by 3 hours. That's 3 millibars. So 3 times 12 gets 36. So
yeah.
So we are at 958 minus 32. Wait, what was it?
36. That'd be 922 millibars.
922. That's feasible. In 12
hey,
hours.
Logan, I did invite you to my server because we chat a lot most on there.
Okay, yeah.
And Trevor is one of the mains, yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna give you the roles, and then Trevor, you could talk about the formula since he learned it from the Mets. Because he's in a group chat with Mets and Alder. So am I. So.
Oh yeah, I go to school in New York, so for meteorology. So yeah, I'm interested in learning this.
Yes. All right. Well, I send you.
All right. So before I head off here, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center just came in. This is the intermediate advisory. Winds are at 120 miles an hour, and the minimum central pressure is at 958 millibars, okay? And so that means the pressure has dropped pretty quickly. We are in the 950s officially right now from the NHC, and this is expected to further rapidly intensify overnight. I expect this to be in the 920s by tomorrow early afternoon sometime, as this continues to deepen. This is pretty substantial by all levels right now. This is something to not mess with. We are looking at life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding, landslides expected in portions of Jamaica, southern Hispaniola through midweek. And this could be also historic potentially. We're not 100% certain. We'll need to keep an eye on the trends of the hurricane, but it is looking like it is going to be a disaster once in a lifetime for Jamaica, unfortunately, or at least since Gilbert in 1988. Now, before I do close this out with you all, if you have not been here before and you did find tonight's live discussion, live analysis on Major Hurricane Melissa as helpful as it could be, detailed, informative, and life-saving, please do not forget to subscribe to the channel, because we're going to be doing the same thing tomorrow, because I don't work until 7 or 30 or 8 o'clock, but I do work tomorrow night, but it's a lot later. So because of the quickly evolving situation, that's where we stand. Hold on, let's get me schedule here. Yeah, so it's 7:30 p.m. until 11:30. So I have until about 6 o'clock tomorrow night to, so if I go live at like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll probably do 3 o'clock to time it with the NHC Recon aircraft. We'll be able to provide you the same amount of information that we provided you all tonight with live satellite data, live recon data, analysis. More than likely, we will have the same people on tomorrow as we did tonight. So, again, if you have not subscribed to get all notifications to the channel, this is the time to get those notifications, because this is looking pretty darn serious. And right now, basing it off the NHC advisory right here, we are going to go live more than likely by Monday. It's going to be an all-day stream, all-nighter. It's going to be like news coverage that you have not seen before here on the channel. And I'm off on Monday, so that will work perfectly, because on Tuesday it makes landfall on top of Jamaica, but I don't work until the afternoon hours, so that should work out perfectly there based on the latest timing of this. And so-
Real quick, we do got some very good news in the stream. Tornado warning has been canceled.
Sweet. Nice way to end it on the stream. So thank you all for tuning in to tonight. Share, like, and subscribe. And I will be back. I will be back later on today if you're in Eastern time, probably about 2 or 3 o'clock. I've not decided yet. If this evolves as bad as it could be, we'll probably end up going live as early as about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or maybe 1:30 because I have church in the morning. But love you guys. Please be safe. We don't want any more fatalities or any rescues out there because of this. Please be safe and love you guys. Be back to you. See you all tomorrow.
See you later. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, have a nice night. Stay